Now the end is near. Barring a polling error of galactic proportions, we are hours away from the final nemesis of the Conservative government in the United Kingdom. Rishi Sunak is expected to prepare to vacate the Downing Street premises. As Gareth Roberts put it, he will probably be looking about and having one of those moments so simply but so accurately captured by ABBA in Knowing Me, Knowing You, where the lyrics go, we just have to face it. This time we're through. This time we're really through. In Britain, the start of the pandemic saw the Tory party secure a net positive approval rating. That was for the first time in a decade. Going into this week's election, support for the party had sunk to its lowest level in 45 years. And while inflation in Britain has come down to the Bank of England's 2% target, mortgage payments remain significantly higher, and voters are not quick to forgive or forget when such a devastating economic phenomenon occurs. All the comprehensive live updates are lined up for you across the NDTV network. Let's begin with the headlines we're tracking at the moment. The exit poll. Well, a Labour landslide is predicted. Keir Starmer is expected to be the next Prime Minister for the United Kingdom. Meanwhile, first results start to trickle in. The Labour is currently leading. Well, the Labour Party takes an early lead as the Conservatives brace for a massive defeat. Well, the Labour Party is heading for a landslide victory in Britain's general election, consigning the ruling Conservatives to their worst result in history, according to the official exit poll. Now, as voting ended across Britain at 10 p.m. local time, the poll projected a stunning Labour majority in the House of Commons of 170 seats, the largest held since Tony Blair's famous win back in 1997. But the scale of the predicted win means Labour leader Keir Starmer looks certain to be anointed Britain's 58th Prime Minister this morning, ending 14 years in the political wilderness for his Labour Party. John joins us live from Westminster with all the latest updates from Ground Zero. John, is it fair to say that the Conservatives are on track for the party's worst defeat since at least 1906?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. These exit polls that were published, as you say, directly after voting finished here at 10 o'clock local time, that's just over 4.5 hours ago. The exit polls show that the Conservatives might be on track to get 131 seats. Now, that is significantly lower than the 365 that they won five years ago. So going from 365 to somewhere in the region of 130 shows you just how badly the Conservatives are expected to do. Worth pointing out as well that these exit polls normally are very accurate. They come within a few seats of getting the overall results right. So although what we're seeing now is the results being counted in the different constituencies around the UK, we are very much expecting that the makeup of this building behind me, you can just about make it out Parliament through the darkness there. The makeup in there is expected to be a very heavy Labour majority, as you rightly point out, probably their biggest majority since Tony Blair took power back in 1997.
John, some Tories are simply relieved that the result was not even worse. Some pre-election polls actually suggested that the party could effectively be wiped from the electoral map.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. There were some polls saying that actually the Conservative Party might get somewhere in the region of 70 or 75 seats. So the fact that they are potentially going to get more like 130, well, actually that is a relief for some. And that seems almost unthinkable, doesn't it? This huge party that have been in power for 14 years have been really struggling just to hold on to that support. And plenty of people I spoke to on polling day said actually they weren't really voting for another party, they were voting against the Conservative Party. It seems like there is plenty of people who blame the Conservatives for the problems in the UK at the moment, whether that is the faltering economy or the high cost of living, or even things like there not being enough houses and that driving up the house prices and meaning people can't afford to buy homes. This huge range of issues. A lot of people say, well, the Conservatives are to blame for that, and they've gone out and they've voted for other people. We've even seen tonight the Reform Party led by the divisive figure of Nigel Farage. He's probably best known to our viewers as the man really who was one of the driving forces behind Brexit. Well, his party have picked up a lot of votes. Those on the right wing of the Conservative Party, they have voted for reform instead, saying that actually they offer a breath of fresh air when it comes to right-wing politics. So the Conservatives really are struggling all around. And as the results come in, it just seems like time and time again, the Conservatives are losing seats.
But John, I have to be honest, this time around, none of my WhatsApp groups have lit up with election snark or even election memes. Liz Truss's bowing out from Downing Street excited more WhatsApping than this supposedly once-in-a-generation vote. Have things been different at your end?
Yeah, I think because the polls here have predicted a large Labour win ever since Rishi Sunak called the election, because those polls have shown that the Labour Party were due to do well, that perhaps has limited the interest in it, certainly the international interest in it, because it seemed to many people like a done deal. For the Labour Party, they had to go out there and had to say, well, actually, until you vote for it, nothing's a done deal. So they were encouraging people to go out and vote. I think actually when in terms of your WhatsApp group lighting up and lots of memes being sent around, probably that was all taking place when Rishi Sunak actually announced the election 6 weeks ago, standing in the pouring rain outside Downing Street. It's perhaps fitting that the weather forecast here is for torrential rain to start again in a few hours. So it might be that when he actually leaves Downing Street, it's in the rain as well, and we see a new leader come in. And I would imagine Keir Starmer will have an umbrella with him, not wanting to repeat that performance of getting soaking wet.
Well, let's see how the day unfolds. Interestingly, though, according to YouGov, 48% of Labour voters say that they just want the Tories out. 13% think the country needs a change. But what's the general sentiment? What have you been picking up on months of reporting?
Yeah, I think there is a feeling that the Conservatives have lost support as much as anyone else has gained support. Certainly the Labour Party, not really as popular as in previous years. Keir Starmer coming into this with a fairly low approval rating, but very much people just keen to get rid of the Conservatives. That seems to have been the message, that people are more willing to vote for almost anybody so long as it means that the Conservatives will be out of government. And as these results come through, and I'm just looking at some of them now, we are just seeing seat after seat in the different constituencies where the Conservatives are losing, and they're being won mostly by Labour, sometimes by other parties like the Liberal Democrats or Reform as well.
Right. Also, it's crucial to note that only a measly 5%, as per YouGov, are voting Labour because they agree with the Labour policies. That's just a meagre 5%. But in terms of the current leads, I must mention to our viewers that the Labour is ahead by 7. They've made gains by 17 seats. The Conservative trailing minus 20 from their last report card at the moment. Keir Starmer heading for that landslide victory, it seems, as we've been discussing, John. But while inflation in Britain has come down, you were mentioning, people are frustrated with the cost of living crisis. Take us through some of the key issues that British voters have taken to the polls this time around.
Well, certainly the economy. We've been talking to political experts during the election campaign, and they've been saying that the economy has been dominating the proceedings, and like you say as well, the cost of living crisis, high inflation, a feeling that the Conservatives weren't doing enough to help working class people. Certainly all of those issues have been very much at the top of the agenda for many people. I think we've also seen as well people concerned about public services here in the UK, things like the National Health Service, maybe not having the kind of support and the kind of investment it needs, long waiting times for people to see doctors and to see surgeons. So those are the sorts of things people have been voting on. And the Labour Party, who we are expecting to make up the next government now, well, they've got a lot of work to do when they get into power and Keir Starmer walks into Downing Street, just about half a mile down the road behind me from where I am now.
In fact, Keir Starmer has had some stringent policies as well. He says that his version of the Labour Party is pro-business. What are some of the most significant changes you've seen that the Labour Party has gone through in comparison to the leadership under Jeremy Corbyn and Ed Miliband?
Yeah, well, certainly with Jeremy Corbyn, it was a very left-leaning Labour Party, and for a lot of people in the middle who would describe themselves as sort of centrists and the sort of voters who wouldn't see themselves as particularly left-wing, but certainly wouldn't normally vote Conservative, they were almost left with nobody to vote for. So this has been a Labour Party moving back into the middle, trying to pick up more votes. And like you say, in terms of business as well, this is a Labour Party that is very much trying to reassure the City of London and reassure the big employers here as well that it is a Labour Party that is very business focused and business centric to try and restart that economy as well, because of course the economy here has not been doing so well. So the Labour Party are going to need to make sure that the kind of policies they enact help lead to overall economic growth.
Right. In fact, for many in Britain, the country has long felt stagnant or broken from the economy and even public institutions like the crumbling National Health Service. The Labour Party says that they are going to cut waiting lists drastically. Does the British public have any faith in their promises?
Well, I think the Labour Party would argue, yes, the public has faith, because look at the majority that the Labour Party are on course to get. So certainly as much as people were voting because the Conservatives were unpopular, you don't win a landslide like this unless some of your policies have gone down well with the public. So certainly I would think the Labour Party are going to argue that people have given them a strong mandate to govern, and that's what we're going to see. Of course, they now need to deliver on what they promised, bring down those waiting lists and help improve the NHS in general. It's certainly a very key issue to a lot of voters here.
As always, John, thanks so much for joining us with those updates from Ground Zero. Long night ahead for you there, but we will, of course, revert to you for regular updates. Also joining us, senior journalist and former BBC editor Nicholas Nugent at the moment. Thanks so much, Nicholas, for making time for us. Britain has been mired in a cost of living crisis. Real wages have flatlined for a decade. Prices have spiraled for utilities and food. I think it's fair to say that Rishi Sunak will be bidding farewell to number 10 Downing Street, as per the exit poll projections.
Well, yes, indeed. It looks like it's going to be a very substantial victory for the Labour Party, as your correspondent was saying. No surprises there. Our exit polls, I know you have right to be suspicious of exit polls, but so far the 30 or so results we've had so far rather bear out the predictions. So we're looking like a massive Labour victory, not quite what you would call a supermajority, but not far short of that. So really quite a stunning result. Certainly one of the more exciting general elections I can remember because of the size of the victory that it looks as if the Labour Party will get.
Right. In fact, it's going to be the only Labour landslide after Tony Blair. But is it a fair assessment that Rishi Sunak has been left trying to coax a disillusioned Conservative base just to turn up at the ballot box to prevent what he wants will be a Labour supermajority in the House of Commons, but he's so far failed to do so?
Well, yes, indeed. He had an uphill battle to fight, and you could argue that he or the Conservative Party are suffering for the sins of the previous leaders, Boris Johnson and Liz Truss in particular. But we've had 14 years of Conservative rule with 5 different leaders. And I feel a bit sorry for Rishi Sunak. He got the short end of the straw. He is having to fight against all the odds to win the election for Conservatives. It's not going at all well. But let me make another point. This is not just a straight fight between Conservative and Labour. It may look like that, but 2 significant things that have shown up during the early results, and we're only less than 5 hours into the results, so we haven't got very many results. One is the way that the Reform Party, which is another right-wing party, have undermined the Conservative vote. So it's not all Labour capturing seats from the Conservatives, but they're right-wing extremists, the Nigel Farage party, if you understand what I mean there, really quite an extreme right-wing party closely associated with Brexit, taking us out of the European Union. Now, that party is doing very well in terms of vote share. They've only so far won 1 seat, and the prediction is they won't
13.
win more than about 13, or they may win up to 13, perhaps I should put it like that. So the Reform Party is quite a significant factor in this election, but also the other smaller party, the Liberal Democrats, who are strong in my area, for example, of west of England, they're doing much better than expected. So I think we should take note of the other parties, Reform, the Liberal Democrats, and the regional parties like the Scottish Nationalist Party. So they're all taking votes, well, not all taking votes from the Conservative, but they are affecting the outcome overall. So whilst I don't think there's any doubt that Labour will win with a substantial majority, we need, or at least I need, to look closely at the regional issues and the extent to which other parties play a role. In my constituency, for example, if the Conservative is to be defeated, it'll be by the Liberal Democrat, not by the Labour, because Labour are way, way behind.
So in terms of the Lib Dems, it seems that the gimmicky campaign has indeed worked out. But Nigel Farage, Nicholas, it's not totally unexpected. It was predicted that the Reform UK is going to chip away the Conservative vote share. But it's interesting to see, as opposed to Europe, France, especially with Marine Le Pen, the UK was veering more towards the left. But the resurgence of the Reform UK party, it does indicate that there is somewhere an audience for the far right.
Yes, you're right. But I think I wouldn't. I mean, you're right to be drawing the comparison with France, Italy, the Netherlands, which have all gone to the right. Nobody could say that Britain is going to the right. It's very much going to the left. But the interesting thing about the Reform Party, it's a new party. It's just won its first member of Parliament. But yesterday, the prediction was they would get 1 seat in Parliament. Now, after the exit poll, we're told they could get up to 13 seats. So that's what's interesting here. But you can't, they're a long way from power, the right wing in Britain. So we really are countering the trend that you've seen in those other 3 countries I mentioned. Britain is going to the left. There's no question about that. Right. Labour will be the alternative government, will be the new government. But those of us who watch these things closely do take an interest in how Reform are doing, which shows that there is, it's the damage Reform are doing to the Conservative Party that is of interest, because it's not all Labour taking the votes from Conservatives, it's Reform as well. So they are being attacked from both sides, you could say, and they're not doing very well.
Right. In fact, Rishi Sunak has staked much of his manifesto and his campaign on the controversial plan to deport asylum seekers to Rwanda. Immigration is rising despite post-Brexit promises, though, that this would fall. You think Rishi has failed to deliver on some crucial promises, and that the British public has now lost faith in the Tory promises?
Well, I think that's definitely the case, yes. He's been promising this Rwanda scheme to deter illegal immigrants ever since he took power, and he has failed to deliver. Not single person, or maybe one single person, has been deported to Rwanda. But the scheme wasn't popular. The scheme wasn't popular partly because it seemed rather anti-humanitarian, and
Indeed.
because it was challenged by the courts, both in Britain and potentially in Europe as well. It doesn't mean that Keir Starmer, the expected new Prime Minister, has all the answers. Far from it. I don't think he has, but he'll take a different sort of approach, as he's made quite clear. Then he will try and ease the scheme for legal immigration, so that people can be processed, can apply to come to Britain rather than sail over on small boats. But let me just say, illegal immigration is only a part of the problem, because the Conservatives have come undone also because of legal immigration. What they call net immigration has been well into the 700,000s.
Yes.
That's the excess of incomers, legal incomers, over those going to live abroad for one reason or another. So that's another problem. And that's all to do with the economy. It's to do with the demand for certain types of worker in Britain that we don't seem to have,
Yes.
care workers in particular, and fruit pickers. And it's also to do with students coming and perhaps bringing their families. So all these issues of the economy, you can't just stop legal immigration. You have to adjust the levers in a number of ways. And you were saying earlier that the result of this election is very much about the state of the economy. Yes, and this is how the state of the economy plays on to the whole immigration debate. Very, very complex issues there. But at least Keir Starmer knows that this is something he has to give early attention to, or he will risk coming undone for the very same reasons that Rishi Sunak has.
Yes, indeed. Also, Nicholas, before we wrap, you know, Rishi Sunak's proposal for mandatory national service for 18-year-olds, you think that likely hurt the Tories in retrospect?
I'm not sure it hurt it. It was a bit of a gimmick. It won support in some areas. We knew it would never happen because here he was presenting it for the first time during the election campaign, and it was widely expected that Conservatives would lose. So it didn't seem like a serious issue. I think perhaps more serious, you might look at the whole issue of defence spending. Conservatives were committed to increasing defence spending. Remember, we have a major war on in Europe, which threatens even Britain. I mean, it threatens Western Europe. So there's a great concern about security of the state. So Rishi Sunak came up wanting to increase defence spending from a little over 2% to 3% of GDP. And Labour could do nothing but agree. The only difference was they wouldn't put a timescale on it. So security is, frankly, a more relevant concern politically to the people of Britain and the political parties than the issue of national service. That, as I say, we haven't had national service in Britain since 1959, and it's not going to come back soon. So I don't think that made much impact. I think your previous point about immigration in general and illegal immigration in particular, those were much more relevant factors in bringing the Conservatives down.
Well, Nicholas, thank you so much, as always, for making time for us well into midnight. It's going to be a long night for you ahead. We will, of course, revert to you for regular updates, but always a pleasure to hear your perspective. And for our NDTV 24/7 viewers, live comprehensive coverage of the UK election carries on across the NDTV network. In fact, let's just listen in to the latest update that Sky News has to offer.
I wouldn't have thought Greens are going to beat them. So there you go. Conservatives into second place, a Labour gain there in the West Midlands. There are 2 pages. When you see the 2 dots, top right-hand corner, that means there is a second page, but I don't think it's going to impact on the results there. It's an unchanged seat that won some notoriety in 2015 when it was the first marginal to declare. A swing to the Conservatives made it clear that Labour were not going to get close to being the biggest party and that Cameron was going to stay Prime Minister. You can see that Jodie Gosling has taken that seat. Beth.
Yeah, Nuneaton is one of these bellwether seats in the West Midlands. Again, one of the red wall areas.
But the drop for the Conservatives
yeah,
there is...
I mean, that's given what the exit poll is, you would absolutely expect Nuneaton to change hands, and there it has. Marcus Jones was the former MP. He'll be glad to come into second place in that seat, given what's going on in
vote.
And joining us live on the broadcast at the moment, Sai Karthik Madhapushe, campaign head, Conservative Friends of India. Thank you so much, Sai Karthik, for joining us. I'm sorry it's not been the best night for you, clearly.
I understand it's been a challenging night for the Conservatives, and I'm still here at the count and still pretty early in the morning.
You know, for many in Britain, though, the country has long felt stagnant or broken, whether it's the economy, whether it's public institutions like the NHS, to the sewage-filled rivers and the expensive delay-ridden railways. Many voters blame the Conservative Party for this, and they seem like they have been punished at the ballot box so far. Are you prepped to head for your worst record since 1906?
I'll be honest with you, we've had a difficult few years, especially with COVID and the Ukraine war. And much before that, we were saddled with a massive debt when we took over from Labour in 2010. Fixing that through austerity has taken a significant amount of time. And cleaning up the economy is never an easy business, and it's never a short-term business. It's a long-term process. And that has to be done. And I agree with you. Some of the decisions we've had to take have been challenging and might not have gone down well with the electorate. And today's results kind of reflect that.
Sai Karthik, though, are you a little relieved that the result was not even worse as far as the exit poll projections are concerned?
In my view, I think the exit poll depends on the sampling sizes and people you talk to. I don't expect the overall outcome to change today, but I do think we will do better than what the exit polls suggest.
Right. In terms of your main issues, though, your main campaign issues, in retrospect, is there something you would have done differently?
That is a very good question. I think that would be best put to the people in charge of the national campaign. But at a local level, I think we've focused mostly on the local constituency MPs we've been supporting, especially in Northwest London, where I'm based. We've been looking at Conservative health seats and supporting them as much as we can. And I think we will do reasonably well in a couple of them. And I've just got reports that it's touch and go in one of them. But I think I'm hoping that we will hold the 3 Conservative MPs in Northwest London tonight.
In fact, many predict that some of Sunak's close aides, their positions of power are at stake. But in terms of your report card, let's look at the Conservative Party report card over the last 14 years. Britain has actually had the worst rate of homelessness in the developed world, and I'm actually quoting the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development here. 30% of children, they are growing up in poverty. This is what government figures show. Surely this doesn't make the Tories or Rishi Sunak proud, right? This is not the ideal legacy to leave behind.
I completely agree. And had we stuck to the plan, and if we had a little more time, we could have probably fixed it. But I agree with you. Whatever the stats are today, I don't think they are something we can be proud of.
Right, Sai Karthik, as always, thank you so much for making time for us on NDTV and joining us with those quick early comments before the results start pouring.
And that Cameron was going to stay.
With that, we're slipping into a very short break. News and updates continue in a moment.
Has taken that seat. Beth.
Yeah, Nuneaton is one of these bellwether seats in the West Midlands.
So basically, अगर आप Android यूज करते हैं या iPhone यूज करते हैं, doesn't matter, आपको दोनों ही ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम्स में बहुत इजी ऑप्शन मिल जाता है जहां पे you can go to the settings and वहां से you can mute your unknown numbers, या Android में you can block calls from unknown numbers. तो अगर कोई unknown number जो आपकी कॉन्टैक्ट लिस्ट में नहीं है tries to call you, फोन वोंट रिंग, आप थोड़ा सा सुकून एंजॉय कर पाएंगे. फॉर अ फैक्ट आप ये काम व्हाट्सएप पे भी कर सकते हैं. यू कैन म्यूट ऑल योर कॉल्स कमिंग फ्रॉम अननोन नंबर्स. ये बहुत अच्छा तो है ही, बट आई वुड से इट्स ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू अवॉइड दीज स्कैम कॉल्स, बिकॉज समटाइम्स इट्स जस्ट अ नॉर्मल स्पैम, बट समटाइम्स it's scammers calling you, approaching you, just trying to take some money out of pocket. तो उससे बचने के लिए भी it's a nice way for us to avoid any unknown numbers. जैसे मैंने just अभी किया, मतलब I'll turn on the setting. You can do it too. It's a nice tip. Please share with all your friends. Moving next, because हम gadgets की बात कर ही रहे हैं, let's just go back to the most commonly used gadget that we all have in our pockets, the smartphone. और अगर हम इसको analyze करें तो आपको लगता होगा this is just a device to play games, watch some content, या phone पे बात कर लो या text कर लो. But you know what? There's a lot happening behind the scenes because this small little device
Well, welcome to the live comprehensive coverage of the UK elections across the NDTV network. The Labour Party is expected to sweep the UK election, and number 10 Downing Street is expected to have a new entrant in Sir Keir Starmer in a few hours from now, unless there is an error of galactic proportions as far as the exit polls in the UK are concerned, which I must mention doesn't happen very often because of a margin of error less than 5%. Radhika Iyer joins us with the latest from ground zero at the moment. Radhika, the Conservatives set for the worst defeat since the year 1906?
If exit polls were to be believed, and if these early trends are indicating any such. Well, earlier, in fact, they suggested through a YouGov survey that the Conservatives are likely to win just above 66 constituency seats, but that doesn't appear to be as big a massacre and an apocalypse as predicted. However, this is going to be an extremely challenging day for Rishi Sunak and co. Some of his besties in his government, including the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, and Grant Shapps, the foreign minister, are expected to perhaps even lose in their constituencies. And Rishi Sunak itself in his constituency is fighting a tough battle in Richmond. Again, among the first to happen in history where a sitting prime minister could perhaps lose. But it's too early perhaps to say such a thing until a declaration is made from the counting centre. But in Holborn, which is not far from where I am at the moment, Parmeshwar, from about a mile away from the British Parliament, where I'm coming to you live from. Quiet and dull here at the Parliament, but it won't be until too long. And just a mile away is Holborn and St Pancras, which is the constituency that Keir Starmer is from, the Labour Party, who's already been there with his wife. There's a lot of cheer, as you would have seen in the visuals. He clearly is getting ready to lay his hands on the keys to enter number 10, not just for the first time, but also one with an extremely different looking Labour image. The Labour Party until 2010, 2015 was suffering from an image of being extremely leftist. Under the Jeremy Corbyn leadership, when he took over, I remember very vividly on the 12th of September 2019, again, Jeremy Corbyn was criticized for his Semitism stance, for being allegedly racist, and then he gave way to Keir Starmer to take over in the year 2020. And since, Keir Starmer has led the Labour to somewhat correct its image of being far left to perhaps progressive centre. Of course, in the last few days of campaigning, we have seen that the Labour has been issuing several statements, including their manifesto, trying to indicate very socialistic moves, very Labour-like moves. And the threat, many political experts were saying, is imagine having a Labour government with the Lib Dem forming the second largest party in the parliament, with them being in the key opposition. And that would make Britain migrate towards a very centre, far left government. But it seems from trends that the Conservatives could well hold the second position, which will make Rishi Sunak quite relieved, considering the kind of factionism we've seen within the Conservative Party, extremely split down the middle. There are so many different camps, multiple problems to start with that Rishi Sunak inherited when he took over. There was the Partygate scandal. Yes. COVID had just decimated the UK's economy. Just after Brexit, there was, of course, the cost of living crisis, the economy in doldrums, and, of course, the party going through such huge divide within themselves. So, considering all of those factors, Rishi Sunak today, if he manages to hold his seat and have the Conservative Party getting the second position, then answering to your question, Parmeshwar, yes, they will lose this election, but not perhaps as badly as Rishi would have thought.
Right, Radhika, as always, thanks so much for joining us with that crucial update. In fact, you mentioned the Lib Dems. I must mention to our viewers that Ed Davey has held a seat in Kingston, and in fact, he has held on to his seat in Kingston. The exit poll predicts the Tories will collapse to just 131 seats, as we discussed, John. The lowest total for the Tories in the party's illustrious history, which is comfortably beating its previous low of 156 back in 1906?
Yeah, and I mean, this is a very bad night, isn't it, for the Conservative Party? Somewhat of a nightmare, as we've seen the counting come in and more seats really being announced. What we're seeing is that the Labour Party are making a huge number of gains from the Conservatives. They're also losing ground to the Liberal Democrats, as you've just mentioned, also to Reform as well, as we said before. They're the more right-wing element led by the very divisive Nigel Farage, Mr. Brexit, as some people call him, someone who's stood for Parliament a number of times before and has never managed to get in. It looks like he will become an MP this time around, and certainly he is already trying to say that people voting for his party is a vote for the alternative options in UK politics, that they are shaking things up. I think that's all well that he's saying that, but of course I think the reality is that this is a landslide for the Labour Party. This is a landslide for this, as we were just hearing there, this more centrist party from 5 years ago. They've come back over from the left where they were, the left-wing policies of Jeremy Corbyn that many people simply just couldn't vote for because they didn't consider themselves to be left-wing enough, that now the Labour Party has found this more central ground, and it appears to have been something that has worked very well for Sir Keir Starmer, the Labour leader, who we very much expect to be the next Prime Minister here in the UK.
Right, Radhika, talk to us a little more about the Lib Dem campaign. It seems that Ed Davey's gimmicky campaign has helped him as far as the polls are concerned so far.
Yes, indeed. Someone who has seen to have sort of kept very much the voter sentiment towards the centre. He has, of course, called out the Labour for its narrative that they are centre more than left. But some of their manifesto points, such as having private school fees hiked up to be able to pump that money into school education, talking increasingly about the social sector, socialistic reforms being announced by Sir Keir Starmer, all of these indicating that there are, of course, policies which indicate a left ideology, even though they are, their narrative includes that of being quite centre. Whereas on the other hand, you had the Conservatives, which of course were completely pro-Brexit. At least this chunk of the Conservative leaders just after Theresa May, and then when Boris Johnson took over, Liz Truss took over, and then Rishi Sunak, who said that there was no going back on Brexit and that they were very, very, indeed very clear to get that going and have that red button pushed from the European Union. And so Sir Ed Davey's campaign was seen very much as if it was, although low-key, very consistent, not being one that is too braggish about certain socialistic policies that they would have otherwise considered to have declared. And his experience of being in that coalition government with David Cameron as Prime Minister and Nick Clegg as the deputy was, of course, something that went in his favour. So he has the experience of being in government. He has the experience, of course, of being that person who has not been the third, but the second lead in Britain. And all of that, it appears, has gone in his favour. Some of the constituencies, for instance, far out of North London, where I was chatting with certain voters, did feel that there was a lack of faith and trust really in either mainstream parties, which is why a third alternative such as Sir Ed Davies, Liberal Democrats, like it happened in 2015, is something that they were considering. Also, polls indicating that Liberal Democrats could take the second position. Now, of course, this morning, quickly trends indicating the other way. It could perhaps come the third leading party, with the Conservatives still retaining the opposition position if they continued to maintain this trend of leads, which may turn out to be declared seats in the second position of more than 130, as indicated by polls.
As always, Radhika, thank you so much for joining us with the latest updates. We will, of course, revert to you for regular updates. But, Joan, you mentioned Nigel Farage's rise. His insurgent Reform UK is actually forecast to win 13 seats in the House of Commons, far higher than expected, and a breakthrough moment for Britain's populist right? Right, we seem to have lost Joan's line for the moment, but clearly, currently, Reform UK is performing well. They are projected to win about 13 seats in the House of Commons. Well, a huge win for Farage so far. We are, of course, waiting for confirmed results, but Nigel Farage, I must mention, just a few days ago, has also gone on record to say that he categorizes himself within the likes of Andrew Tate. He has also been regarded as a misogynist within members of his own party who have actually defected to the Conservatives. So it's interesting to see that the far-right Reform UK is actually forecast to win about 13 seats in the House of Commons, far higher than expected. Currently, I must bring you up to date with the latest results. As far as NDTV's dashboard is concerned, out of the 650 total seats, 95 have been declared, 79 going to the Labour, mere 6, a single-digit number, 6 going to the Conservatives, as you can see on those cubes, 1 for the Scottish National Party, and 9 for others. That includes independents. As far as England is concerned, 85 seats have gone so far to the Labour. From Scotland, 3 for the Labour. Wales has given 7 to the Labour. Northern Ireland currently at 1. That's the latest update we have for you. Labour currently leading, projected to get a landslide victory. As you can see on your screens at the moment, the latest update is flashing. As far as the Lib Dems are concerned, they have had an impressive performance. But again, we have a few hours to go till the latest results are finally out. But Liberal Democrat leader Ed Davey has doubled down on his pledge to champion health and social care in that speech after being re-elected with a vastly increased majority. In fact, he has said that among his priorities for his incoming MPs, number 1 is actually fixing health and the care crisis, so one can see a doctor or an NHS dentist when you need it. And here's where you can see the Lib Dems' goals kind of aligning with the ruling, well, so far, the party that's expected to rule Downing Street, the Labours under Keir Starmer. Right, we have Professor Yukteswar with us at the moment, joining us live on the broadcast. Professor, what's your first take? It's not very surprising, many would say, currently, what the exit poll projections are stating.
Yeah, my first take would be that Modi ji in India shouted and called for ab ki baar 400 par. And I think the BJP activists in Uttar Pradesh and other places did not hear him loud and clear. It was the Labour activists and councillors. They heard him loud and clear. And it is this time it seems that Labour will go ahead and they will get more than 420 seats maybe. Although the exit poll says 410, but my prediction is even 420, 25.
It's no surprise, it's no well-kept secret that Britain has been mired in a cost of living crisis. Real wages have flatlined for a decade now. Prices have spiraled for utilities and food, and this seems to be really hurting the working class. In retrospect, do you think the Tories have done much to help this cost of living crisis?
Well, of course. I am a Conservative Party member, and I am Deputy Chairman of the Conservative Party locally. And so you may say that my views might be biased, but the fact of the matter is that from 2010 to now, in the last 14 years, things have improved. The inflation was 11% during COVID times, which has come down to less than 2% now. Rishi Sunak did very, very well. But the problem has been integrity, honesty. And that has been the main problem, because Boris Johnson, when he was the Prime Minister, on 13th of December, 2 years ago, he said in the Prime Minister, in the Westminster, that no party and the Partygate thing, which was happening in his house and his office. And that was a lie. That was a canard, C-A-N-A-R-D, as I always say, bald truth. And that is what has led the party to this stage, which is really painful. But that's the fact. One has to accept this. So it is not that the economy has not gone up. In fact, Britain, among the top G7, G8 countries, G7 now, our economic growth rate is higher than France, Germany, USA, Canada, all the major economies. Per capita income is obviously very, very high compared to even those countries. It is the lies, the integrity, the honesty, and then, of course, there is a Julius Caesar in the whole drama with Nigel Farage, who has taken away quite a lot of Tories' vote and support. For example, Lee Anderson, who was in our party earlier, he defected, and he has won. He is the first.
I sincerely apologize, Professor Kumar. I'd just like to inform our viewers that Keir Starmer, the chief of the Labour Party, has indeed won his seat, Holborn and St Pancras. That's who is predicted to be the next Prime Minister of the UK. Keir Starmer has now won his seat of Holborn and St Pancras. Right, Professor Kumar, in terms of the legacy that the Conservatives have left over the past 14 years, they've governed for 14 long years. What would you say? Would you say, actually, that you are proud of the Tory legacy in the past 14 years?
Well, I'll be untruthful, and it will be not very right for me to say that we'll be extremely proud of our legacy, for that matter. Because, as I said, honesty, integrity, all these are very important tenets in politics, and that was compromised. Yes, as far as economy is concerned, Britain was the first country during COVID times that we started huge vaccination programs. When furlough scheme, for example, F-U-R-L-O-U-G-H,
yes, we are aware.
That was very, very successful by the current Prime Minister, who was Chancellor at that time. And I might say that even after that, Rishi Sunak might even lose his own seat. The Chancellor, for the first time in British history, the Chancellor of Britain, which is like Finance Minister, he's going to lose his seat. So it will be not right to say for me that we are very, very proud of what we did in 14 years. But the fact is also that any political party in the UK has won 5 times consecutively. So Tories or Conservative, as we say, we won in 2010, 15, 17, 19, 4 elections. And now the 5th election. It has never happened. But it is also very, very surprising that the Tories will get so less seats. But Tories are themselves to be blamed. And obviously, as I said, the Julius Caesar in the picture, right. Nigel Farage, who has taken away quite a chunk of votes from Tory base voters, fundamental voters, our fundamental supporters. In last 1 month, I have been to more than 9,000 door knocking with serious business secretary earlier, who used to be the cabinet member, Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg, and even he's going to lose his seat in 1 hour time. I know that because
in fact, Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg has actually come out and said that it was a mistake to give Rishi Sunak the top position because, in a sense, that the British public has been cheated because they had voted Boris Johnson to lead them.
I agree with everything with him, but not on this matter. Boris Johnson lied in the parliament. At that time, it was very, very clear that Boris could not continue. So I respect him quite a lot. I am in his team and I work alongside him. But I don't support, frankly, that Boris Johnson should have continued. That was wrong. Boris Johnson should not. It was such a simple thing because British Parliament and people, they don't like dishonest people. I have seen so many people, when I go and door knock, meet people, they say, when my father, my grandmother, they were dying and we were not allowed to meet them, say final goodbye. At that time, you guys were partying in the office and then you lied in the parliament. That is what Jacob is obviously has been always supportive of Boris Johnson. I respect for that, but I don't quite agree with him on this point.
Right. In fact, the Labour says that they are interested in a renewed strategic partnership with India. Where do you see, under Keir Starmer's leadership, where do you see India-UK relations headed?
Well, I hope that India and UK relations, as we know, India and UK, they have $100 billion US dollar bilateral trade. But I hope that UK MPs, they would, more Labour MPs, they will not support some kind of, stealthily, Khalistani propaganda in this in India and elsewhere, because some of their MPs in the past, I know for sure that they have been raising this issue, even in Westminster, and that will be a major headache for India, to be honest, because trade relation, obviously, Labour Party or any party would like to have a very good trade relation with India. Sensex, in last 5 days, it has moved on from 75,000 to 80,000 now.
Right.
So obviously India is growing. So trade is not a problem. The problem is Khalistan issue. And a couple of years ago, Keir Starmer wanted to meet senior Indian politicians, including the High Commissioner, who is a very good friend of mine.
I must also mention at this stage, interesting that you brought this up, that Keir Starmer has actually publicly declared himself to be an atheist, which will be a first for the UK if he is actually indeed chosen as the Prime Minister of the country. He has openly declared himself to be an atheist Prime Minister. Interesting to see, but not very shocking in a country that actually about 17-18% tick the no religion box. But do go on. Yes, please carry on, Professor Kumar.
Yeah, so yes. In this country, not only 17-18%, in fact, more than 48% of British people, they openly say we do not have any religion, so they are atheists.
This is as per official statistics.
Yeah. So yes, Hindus are less than 1.45%. Muslims are about 5-6%. Anyway, in most of the Western countries, people do not really believe in religion as much as in India, Pakistan, or South Asian countries. Even in China, people do not, quite a lot of people do not believe in religion. But that's their faith and belief. We should not worry so much about that. The fact of the matter is, what next? What will be good for India? I am not very sure, to be honest, because Conservative Party...
At this point, we have some crucial updates lined up, courtesy Sky News. Let's just listen in.
The swingometer, the needle goes up, 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 and we're in hung parliament territory. So actually, the swingometer is basically telling a kind of duff story here. It's saying that Labour's not going to be able to win in these seats over here, but we know it is already. We know it is already. And why is that happening? It's because you're not seeing a uniform swing across the country. If you were seeing a uniform swing across the country, basically with all seats seeing exactly the same change, then you'd expect that seats, for instance, where the Conservatives didn't have much of a majority before, through to seats where the Conservatives had a big share of the vote, you'd expect all of them to be behaving the same way. But let me show you what's actually happening. Look, this is quite interesting. In seats where the Conservatives don't have that much of the share of the vote, they're actually gaining a little bit. So it's going from Labour to the Conservative Party. But the bigger the share of the vote the Conservatives have, the more they're losing. The more they're losing. And that really matters because in areas where previously they could rely on quite a big share, they're losing way above where you would normally expect. And that is part of the explanation for how the Labour Party is heading, potentially, according to the exit poll, but also according to what we're looking at in these numbers, for a big majority. It's going way beyond where the swing would suggest. And in fact, it's going towards historic territory. If we just look again at where we are right now. So this is showing you the change in the share of the vote for all the parties going back through history, and it's showing you the biggest falls, essentially. So when you're going from a vote share, a big vote share to a small vote share, this is basically showing you that. And the bigger the bars are, the worse you're doing. So that, for instance, that's the Lib Dems in 2015. You can see the Labour Party suffering there. You can see the Conservative Party in 1997. And the key thing here is, look at this. This is the biggest fall in the share of the vote that we have seen from any party going back to 1835. It's worse than the Liberal collapse after the First World War. It's worse than any of these periods in the 1950s. It's worse than anything we saw in 1997 for the Conservative Party. It's a truly historic thing. And what's critical is this is actually based on the figures we have so far.
I'm so sorry, I've got to interrupt you.
This is happening right now, Kate.
Yeah, the Islington North. Jeremy Corbyn, here we go.
Held on Thursday, the 4th of July 2024, to hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Vikas Agarwal, Liberal Democrats, 1,661. That's 1661. Jeremy Bernard Corbyn, commonly known as Jeremy Corbyn, Independent, 24,000.
Yeah, looks like a shoo-in, but we'll just wait for the Labour vote. $24,020. That's 24120. Karen Ann Harries, the Conservative Party candidate, 1,950. 1950. Paul Dominic Jostling, 32. Sheridan Virginia Cates, commonly known as Sheridan Cates, Green Party, 2,660. Traffel Nargan, Labour.
Unlucky, mate.
16,800.
As Beth predicted about an hour or so ago, Jeremy Corbyn has gained the seat as an independent in Islington North. Back to you in just a second, Beth. Thoughts?
Well, I think this is a slightly different case than the one I was just talking about before, because obviously that whole issue that was there that needed to be dealt with around anti-Semitism, and Keir Starmer was right to take an uncompromising approach on that, and obviously Jeremy and Keir, ended up in different positions on that, and you can say that this had to be handled in a different way to draw that clear line. But that reflects, I think, if I'm honest, the person that Jeremy Corbyn is in terms of how he's regarded by his community. You can't get a vote like that without putting in the work, being well liked in your area.
Well, our comprehensive live updates continue regarding the UK election across the NDTV network, slipping into a very quick break for now.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Friends, it's time now to move into my personal favorite section, which is called Ask TG, and it's for a reason, क्योंकि आप मुझसे सवाल पूछते हैं and I get back to you with full details on all your questions. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode. You know, it's very easy.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
And now the end is near. Well, barring a polling error of galactic proportions, we are just hours away from the final nemesis of the Conservative government in the United Kingdom. Rishi Sunak is expected to prepare to vacate number 10 Downing Street. And as Gareth Roberts put it, in the words of ABBA, and from her song Knowing Me, Knowing You, that it's time to face it. This time, they're really through. In Britain, the start of the pandemic saw the Tory party secure a net positive approval rating. That was for the first time in a decade. But going into this week's election, support for the party had sunk to its lowest level in 45 years. In terms of the top updates at the moment, Jeremy Corbyn has just won as an independent. The Labour is still leading. Let me just get you the quick tally. Out of the 650 constituencies, 152 seats have been declared so far. The Labour's tally stands at 119. The Conservatives at the double digit of 15 at the moment. Scottish National Party has opened their account and they stand at 1, while others, including independents, are currently at 17. I must also mention that the Lib Dem leader Ed Davey has held on to his seat, but polls predict that at this point, Rishi Sunak could in fact lose his seat in Yorkshire. Well, the time has dragged in the final stages of the election campaign. It feels like the end of a long-haul flight where the plane has already landed and restless passengers are fidgeting in their seats, waiting for the signal to disembark. The itinerary, many would say, was fixed long ago. Mild turbulence has not affected the polling trajectory unless every standard instrument for reading that national mood has actually malfunctioned. Voters will soon emerge into a Britain governed by the Labour Party, a place they haven't been for 14 years. We've got Ms. Desai in studio with us to decode all that's happening as far as the UK political playground is concerned. Thank you so much, ma'am, for making time for us.
Thank you for calling me.
It's our pleasure entirely. So safe to say the Conservatives are headed towards their worst defeat in over 300 years?
Well, yes. I mean, it's still, early days. We are still waiting for the final result. And as we all know, to our detriment, that sometimes exit polls also don't get it completely right, completely spot on. But going by the mood of the nation, going by what the UK has been aiming towards, definitely throughout this election campaign, I think there has been much to point us in this direction already. That, we know that Sir Keir Starmer is going to be headed for number 10. Right now, I think we're just not certain whether it's going to be the 410 that the BBC, the seats that he's going to win, that the BBC has predicted. Or, it might be just a little more than that, because going by the way the wins are coming in right now, I think it's going to be more than that. It looks like that. And to be honest, a lot of people are looking forward to it.
Right. In fact, a lot of people say that while Keir Starmer, his leadership is commanding the Labour Party to this new height, he's reinvented the party, many also believe that he's the least popular Labour leader. Is that something you've heard in your circles?
No, I disagree completely. I think this is, there are always lines and images that the media likes to project. I think the first point I want to make here is that just being a good debater does not mean you're a good leader.
Of course.
And we've seen that in the past, already in the very recent past. We've seen
Across
that with
global political playgrounds.
Yes. So I think we have to be a little cautious where that is concerned. And that is happening even in the US right now, because, you just have to be able to stand on stage and make great pronouncements, and then people say, oh yeah, he should be the next president or the prime minister. I don't quite agree. So Sir Keir Starmer, and I'm a big fan of his, I will just say that up front, has been throughout, if you look at his career, he is a very solid person. He's 60 years old, but he has a lot of work experience behind him. And what strikes you is that he comes across as being completely honest and, totally straight with what he says. And I think sometimes that may not ring well with the population of the country that he represents, because people want to hear, a little bit of frills here and there, which he does not give to us. So we've seen him during the Prime Minister PMQs, during the debates already, when he and Rishi used to debate.
Sharp rebuttal.
But at the same time, we have seen him improve in his debating skills as well. But I think it's not that. He is definitely popular, because now we will see that there will be a new kind of governance that will come in. And I think people in their heart of hearts, most British people, want somebody out there who is honest, who speaks the truth. We've had enough of lies and enough of, people who were not properly even elected running the country. So I think there are a lot of advantages to him coming in at a time when actually the UK is at its lowest ebb. It used to be a superpower, but we have already seen that draining away, particularly in the last 2-3 years. And I think somebody needs to come in and pull all that together and make UK, which was a slogan actually for the Tories, make UK great again, maybe. But I think change is what the people have voted for, and I think that is what Keir Starmer will bring very sharply to the country.
Well, I think you'll be going to bed a very happy person today,
yes,
because as the exit polls predict, Keir Starmer will be taking over the keys of number 10 Downing Street. We also have my colleague John joining us with a live update from Westminster at the moment. John, take us through the latest updates. As far as I can see, the Labour is at 119 and 152 seats have been declared.
Yeah, and actually just in the last few minutes, I think some of the bigger news from here is that we have the former Defence Minister and long-time Cabinet member Grant Shapps, the Conservative MP. He has lost his seat, so he's gone. A senior Conservative member going, and he won't be the last one that we see. We are hearing all sorts of rumours that other senior Conservatives are in trouble as well and might not win their seats. Also worth pointing out as well, I'm just seeing here, Nigel Farage has now become an MP. He has won his seat. A reminder, of course, that he is leading the Reform Party. Nigel Farage, Mr. Brexit to many people. He stood to be an MP on numerous occasions in the past. He has finally been successful with a healthy majority in the seat of Clacton in southeast England. So he will be in Parliament in this building behind me probably next week when things get going. Certainly it's been a good night for his Reform Party. They've managed to take some traditional Conservative voters, offer them a slightly different approach and some more right-wing policies they've done very well picking up a lot of their votes. So yes, Nigel Farage is going to be an MP as well. But at the moment, Labour, of course, are the big winners tonight. They are picking up a lot of seats as more and more results keep rolling in.
Right, John, interesting to see that Nigel Farage has indeed won. For him, it's been a free case of 8th time lucky.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter what you think of him. You have to say he is nothing if not persistent, isn't he? He has just kept trying and trying and trying. He was a member of the European Parliament, so he was an MEP, but he's never managed to be an MP before. But here he is. He has won his seat, and as the leader of the Reform Party, they're waiting to see just how many seats they might pick up. The exit poll that was published when voting ended here, and worth reminding everyone, exit polls normally are very reliable, normally to within a few seats. The exit poll said that the Reform Party, Nigel Farage's party, might get 13 MPs, which would be an extraordinary result for them, the first time they're standing as a party in an election. So they are saying that tonight has been a great night for them. We will need to wait and see just how many seats they do get. But certainly they say that they are offering an alternative to the regular mainstream politicians here in the UK.
Right, in fact, I'm going to take that to Ms. Desai in studio with us also. Quite interesting, Nigel Farage's party, considered a baby party since Reform UK was just announced, but perhaps a month and a half ago?
A couple of months ago, yes.
And Nigel Farage is known to be this man who is considered misogynistic, a bigot by people who've defected from his own party. But clearly there seems to be an audience within the UK for him.
Yes, and he has also chosen members to represent his party who are considered racist and so on, and they've been recorded. Of course, it's been then denied and so on. So I think this has been a big letdown for the people in the UK, because the space that has been ceded by the Tories, you know, because they were the right-wing party, they were the regular right-wing party, as it were, has given way now, because people who are looking for right-wing ideas, and as you know, migration is one of the biggest things which the UK politicians keep on talking about. The numbers may seem very small here in India, but it's considered to be huge and enormous, yes, in the UK. So I think Nigel Farage will bring and shine a spotlight on things like that, and also because of Brexit, he was a cheerleader, he was like, you know, so there are many things that he brings onto the table, which unfortunately were things which were discussed within the Conservatives, and they were supposed to give reasonable answers for this. But as you know, Rishi Sunak had a Stop the Boats campaign going on for so long, and despite the Rwanda planes, and you know, there were so many things that he had promised to the British people, which rightly, wrongly, you may agree or disagree, but that was the Conservative policy, which till today have not happened. Nothing has happened. Nothing has changed. And I believe more people came in illegally into the UK in the last 1 year than they had earlier. So the policies did not help in any way. And I think that has now become a big reason for right-wing. You know, there are many terms used for Nigel Farage, which I don't want to.
Ms. Desai, are they TV friendly?
Yeah, but you know, he is somebody that we have to be very cautious about, because a lot of him reflects the kind of Trump policies and so on. So if you do have him in Parliament, you can expect that there is going to be much more pressure on the UK to do things like, you know, stop the boats. That's of course one of the things, but other issues.
A protectionist
environment, and which may not be good for the country in the long run. But I personally believe that Labour, if it has such a large majority as is being predicted, then perhaps this will not come to pass. I mean, he may have a few people with him, but Nigel Farage has not shown to be himself to be like a regular policy wonk. You know, he's not somebody who sits there and sits there and actually thinks things through. I think this is more of an anger vote. He's taken the votes away from the Conservatives. So there were people, I mean, like we just heard that Grant Shapps has lost his seat, and there are people like that who were ministers, and now we're hearing that even the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, may not be able to hang on to his seat. So, you know, those are the numbers that a party like Reform can come in and cut into the votes because people are angry. They feel they have been shortchanged and they have not been given what they were promised.
Indeed. In fact, John, I would like to bring you in here as well. Right, I'm told we are reconnecting with John. Right, John's with us at the moment. John, let's trace Nigel Farage's journey from UKIP leader, spearheading the Brexit movement, to suddenly becoming a nobody, trying 7 times, getting lucky the 8th time. In terms of the issue of Brexit, has it factored in as a poll issue this time around?
No, not hugely, because none of the major parties here were saying anything other than that they would continue along the path that has currently been trodden. No one was trying to take the UK back into the European Union. That is not something that was being offered by the Labour Party. I think really the reasons for that are just the length of time that would take, the cost, the huge issues there have been with having to unpick all the paperwork and to extract the UK from the EU, trying to then put it back in would have taken a huge amount of time and money and effort, and of course the EU would need to vote on it as well, so an incredibly complex process if you wanted to get the UK to rejoin. So I think that's something really that a lot of people say should have been a bigger part of the campaign, but I think it's not been a huge issue because it's not been something that one party has campaigned on in terms of trying to get the UK back into Europe. So it's not been a huge issue here, but certainly a lot of people saying that maybe it should have been.
Right, John, you're looking nice and bright. We will, of course, revert to you for regular updates. Thanks so much for joining us with the latest. Well, the polls projected a stunning Labour majority in the House of Commons of 170 seats, the largest held since Tony Blair's famous win in 1997. The scale of the predicted win means Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer, he looks certain to be anointed Britain's 58th Prime Minister this morning, ending 14 years of Conservative rule and what many would call political wilderness for the party. In fact, 2 people of Indian origin making waves in the UK are the mother-son duo Parveen Rani and her 20-year-old son Tushar Kumar. Both of them actually created history last year after winning the recent council elections as Labour Party members, breaking the traditional Conservative stronghold. Tushar is actually the youngest Indian origin councillor in the UK, and his win was widely celebrated by the Indian diaspora, and it was also viewed as a symbol of the growing influence and recognition of the Indians as far as UK's political arena is concerned. Tushar Kumar is with us at the moment. Thanks so much, Tushar, for joining us. I believe it's pretty late for you, but tell our viewers your story. When did you actually move to the UK?
Yeah, no, thank you so much for having me. And I moved to the UK in 2013, so I was in primary school. When I came to the UK, I did my primary, secondary from here, and I'm currently graduating from King's College London. I studied politics in King's College London, and I'll be graduating this year. And, it's been an interesting journey. I've obviously got to learn a lot here, and obviously I've travelled to India from time to time as well. And I got elected last year, 2023 May elections. And obviously I've done an internship in the civil service as well. So I needed to make sure that I've got enough experience before I step into my political career. And yeah, it's been an interesting journey to be the youngest Indian origin councillor. And I really want to inspire the younger generation to step up and be part of the politics, because what I tend to hear from a lot of young people is that they've lost faith in politicians and they do not trust politicians anymore because whatever they say, either of the parties, it doesn't matter because whatever they say is lies. And I think I really want to change that perspective, because if you don't go out and vote, you won't see that change. And I think this general election is really historic, because Labour has won after 14 years, and I'm really thrilled, really happy, because as a Labour councillor, I have immense pride and joy, and the Labour Party has obviously secured a landslide victory. Obviously, they haven't secured yet, but this is what the exit poll has showed. And you need at least 326 seats to obviously have a majority government.
It's predicted that Labour is well on course to achieve that.
Exactly, and I'm really thrilled to hear that.
Yes, and a lot of British voters are actually thrilled with the mandate so far. Let's see what the final result shows, even though, as I mentioned earlier, we'd need a mistake of epic proportions for the exit polls to be incorrect. But Tushar, tell us what made you take the political plunge, especially when lots of young voters in Britain, they mentioned that there's a clear trust deficit as far as the government is concerned.
Yes, so I have been involved in politics since a very young age, so probably 15, 16. I've been campaigning for MPs, and obviously I was in the youth council as well. So politics has really, and my mum was obviously a role model for me. She's really inspired me through the journey. And what I always used to hear from young people was that all politicians are all the same. And that's why they do not go out and vote. And I really wanted to change this perspective, because if you don't exercise your right to vote, then how will you see this change? I think we're really seeing this change now. I think young people are they're making their fingerprints now. They're showing that they are very much interested in politics. And I obviously oversee the youth council as well, where I live, and they're really remarkable. The things that they do is really great and excellent. And this is what really encourages me and motivates me to fight for the young people, and to make sure that their issues are also heard.
We also have with us Andrew Whitehead at the moment. Thanks so much, Andrew, for making time for us. Are you actually shocked?
No, I'm not shocked. I think the opinion polls were always indicating all the way through the 6-week campaign that there would be a sizable Labour majority. I suppose I'm a little bit taken aback that it's such a big majority. It looks like that Labour is going to have well over 400 MPs in a 650 seat parliament. So that's going to be a colossal overall majority, and the Conservatives are going to lose, it looks like, 2/3 of their former seats. So this is one of those moments of a sea change in British politics, the biggest change of its sort really since Tony Blair came to power, 27 years ago. So it's that sort of moment. These don't come along very often in a political lifetime.
Right, Andrew, also interesting, Nigel Farage has been 8th time lucky. His insurgent Reform UK is actually forecast to win about 13 seats in the House of Commons, far higher than expected. Could it be considered a breakthrough moment for Britain's populist right?
I think it's an important moment for, as you say, the populist right, and Nigel Farage is certainly a populist. That's really exactly what he is, and slightly a bit of a rabble rouser. It's not entirely clear whether they're going to win as many as 13 seats. It may be just a little bit below that, but they look as if they've taken as much as 15% of the vote, and that's one of the reasons why the Conservative vote has been so badly squeezed. I think the real importance is Nigel Farage will certainly be a disruptive element in the new parliament. He is somebody who attracts attention. He's quite loud. He doesn't give up. And I think he will also have a role as the really battered and bruised Conservative Party tries to put itself together. It's almost certain that Rishi Sunak will stand down as Conservative Party leader either straight away or in a few weeks' time, and there'll be a leadership contest in the Conservative Party. And it's likely that some Conservative leadership candidates will say, why don't we welcome Nigel Farage into the Conservative Party and unite the right in British politics? There'll be other voices within the Conservative Party which will strongly resist that, but that will be an active debate. And I think Farage will enjoy the attention that gives him. He is not a politician without ego.
Yes, I think that's been made very clear as well. Since he's been UKIP leader all the way up till now, that's remained sort of the same. But Andrew, the outrage over Gaza, is it likely to cost Keir Starmer a few seats in heavily Muslim areas?
We don't know yet. It hasn't as yet, but there are suggestions that 2 or 3 Labour MPs are struggling and may find that they do lose their seats. Labour has actually lost 1 seat in Leicester, but there were particular circumstances there. And it may lose 1 seat in Bristol, but there are 2 or 3 seats in the northwest of England and in Birmingham where it's quite possible that disenchantment of Muslim voters, who normally are strong supporters of Labour, could cost Labour a seat. But to be honest, as far as the big picture is concerned, as far as Labour's concerned, that really is almost incidental because Labour is assured of an overwhelming majority in the new Parliament.
Yes, but as Foreign Secretary David Cameron once actually put it, he said his time as Tory opposition leader was 5 years spent just banging his head against the wall, and now his party seems like it's braced to go through it all again?
Yeah, I think it is. And I think this time round it's going to be much more painful because it has suffered, the worst outcome in Conservative Party history if it's down to as few as 130 seats in Parliament, which does seem as if it's going to be the case. So this is a devastating setback, and there'll be a battle for the soul of the party. Does it tack towards the centre? Does it try and link up with Farage and the populist right? And it will feel like headbanging. And it's a very long way back when you've been so badly beaten to feel that you have a chance of winning the next election in 5 years' time.
Well, a long way till they actually redeem themselves. But interestingly, Andrew, Keir Starmer's personal poll ratings, they're actually poor in comparison with most election-winning leaders, but they're no worse than Boris Johnson's were back in 2019.
Well, Boris Johnson was a really great communicator, and at his peak, his popularity ratings weren't too bad. Keir Starmer he's competent, but is not charismatic. And he hasn't set out a very clear political vision. So he's managed to persuade the electorate that Labour is no longer a hard left party. It's not about always raising taxes. He hasn't really convinced voters that he's got a clear political vision. So there isn't a sense of excitement about the future as there was when Tony Blair came to power in the late 1990s. Or to put it another way, I mean, Labour has won this election, but even more so, the Conservatives have lost the election. And it's the unpopularity of the Conservatives which has allowed Labour to win this landslide victory.
In fact, Rishi Sunak may even become the first sitting Prime Minister to actually lose his own seat in Parliament. But as Vox put it, he fortunately has about a $7.2 million mansion in Santa Monica in California to fall back on.
Oh, well, that's a touch mischievous. He hasn't lost that seat yet. I know that area. I would be really surprised if he loses that seat. But, I mean, anything is possible on a dismal night such as this has proved to be for the Conservatives.
Right. Let's also bring in Ms. Desai at this point. Clearly, things are not looking good for Rishi Sunak. But do you think, ma'am, that under his leadership, it's a Rishi Sunak problem more than a Tory problem at the moment? How do you see this entire situation?
Well, I think there have been a number of mistakes which are made by the Tories. So let's begin with the party itself.
Yes, please.
I think the biggest mistake they made was the way they handled the whole problem of Boris Johnson, which became, yes, because the Partygate issue, I mean, they could have handled it internally. They could have tried to make a plan because he was the elected face of the party. And I think somehow getting rid of him did not, no matter what anybody says today, they were angry about Partygate, etc., but there were a bunch of people who were angrier about the fact that the Prime Minister that they had elected was booted out. And of course he lied in Parliament, and of course he should not have done that. But we all knew this about Boris. I mean, when you elected a person like that, he'd already been mayor. We were aware of his, shortcomings and things like that. But so that meant that the party itself should have rallied around, tried to do some course correction, which they did not, and they went went into a disastrous leadership, session where you had Liz Truss and then you had Rishi Sunak. So unfortunately, I think at the end of the day, it became a Rishi Sunak problem. It did not start out at that. It started out as a Conservative Party problem, which they handled very badly. But then we always blame the person who is there, the last man standing, as it were. And I think that is where Rishi stands right now, because he started out with huge favorable numbers. And, Keir Starmer was down there and Rishi was up there. And
many would say that Keir's rise was actually unimaginable in 2019.
Yeah, exactly, because the numbers were so disparate at that time. And I totally agree that his charisma challenged, but then he comes across as this very straight-dealing politician, which is what we require now. And Rishi, unfortunately, in the last few months, has just made gaffe after gaffe after gaffe. I think biggest mistake he made was leaving the D-Day commemoration
service. The betting
service.
Scandal also came out.
The betting scandal was one, but I think there were many things that he did which inadvertently perhaps, but which the media picked up on. And then, when you're so close to the election, everything looks bigger. And so unfortunately, a lot of the things which they were trying to do just backfired. And as I said, many of his policies which he wanted to implement, that was the other thing which people are now feeling a little, as I said, shortchanged about, is that many of his policies came to naught. Whether it was the boats, whether it was anything else, even a thing like the smoking ban that he wanted to put, even stuff like that has not happened. So you end up thinking that this is not a very competent government. And quite frankly, in the last few weeks, we've also seen a lot of backbiting going on. You've got
within the Tory ranks as well.
Yeah, Suella Braverman coming out and saying pretty nasty things, and other people as well who've just completely given up. So when the electorate goes out and they say that this man, Rishi, is leading a party that itself seems to be imploding, then what's the point? So, I think there were many, many issues which are underlying this election. And of course, there will always be a good analysis at the end of it. But as I said, it's now Rishi, unfortunately, who will have to carry the can for this terrible defeat. But then, they get the kudos when you win. And it was a Boris Johnson victory. It will become a Rishi Sunak defeat.
I think you sign that off when you're actually entering the world of politics.
Yes.
The highs and lows are part of the trade. But Andrew, at the same time, what would you say? Is it a Rishi Sunak-led problem? You've heard what Ms. Desai has to say. Rishi Sunak has also been, it's hitting closer home for some reason because he's also the first British Hindu Prime Minister. But having said that, his stance on immigration hasn't been the most liberal. In fact, Labour says it's going to slash its Rwanda scheme, tweak the Stop the Boats, have a new border security command in place. In terms of the perception battle, take us through how both of them are viewed and their policies.
Well, I think most people saw Rishi Sunak as quite a good Chancellor of the Exchequer, Finance Minister, when he was doing that job, especially during the pandemic under Boris Johnson. Yeah. He's been an indifferent Prime Minister, and he's been politically really inept. And some of his policies are difficult to understand, and the Rwanda policy is one of the most difficult to understand, that you would actually curb illegal immigration by deporting asylum seekers, a small number of asylum seekers, to a small country in Central Africa. It feels to be cruel, it feels to be paradoxical. And one of the clear things that Keir Starmer has said, as you indicated, is that the Rwanda deportations will not go ahead. But also, apart from coming up with a rather curious policy, Rishi Sunak spent a lot of money trying to prepare the ground for asylum seekers to be sent to Rwanda, but how many have gone? None at all. It just hasn't happened as a policy. And that's been a little bit of a hallmark of several of his more controversial policies. They simply haven't got off the ground. He promised to cut waiting lists for health service appointments, and actually those waiting lists have got longer. He managed to curb inflation, but people don't really as yet feel the benefit of that. Actually, the increase in living standards has been very, very modest of late. And many groups, including young hospital doctors have been going on strike because they feel so aggrieved at the decline in their standard of living. So there's a whole range of issues, and he's presided over a divided party, and he seems to have had a real problem establishing authority over his own party because they're faction-ridden because they've been in power for too long. I'm not sure there's anything that Rishi Sunak could have done which would have won the Conservatives another election victory, but if he'd been rather more politically successful and engaged, at least he would have avoided, I think, a landslide defeat.
Right. Andrew, in fact, I'm told that Reform UK has made some historic gains. If you can just pull out that data for our viewers as well. Well, it was predicted, as per the exit polls, that Nigel Farage's Reform UK will gain about 13 seats in the House of Commons. As far as the latest update is concerned, through our dashboard, I'll just inform our viewers that 265 seats have been declared out of the 650 constituencies. 195 for the Labour at the moment. We're just going to pull out that graphic for you as well. 32 for the Conservatives, 4 for the SNP, and 34 for the others. We are also going to get you a breakdown of how well the Reform UK party is performing and to see whether they have actually defied the exit poll projections. Well, Nigel Farage, though, has won, and he has been 8th time lucky. He has tried last 7 times to be an MP, except this is the time that he's gotten lucky. As Andrew was also saying, he is known to be quite a persistent chap. But, you know, some analysts argue that by this year, 2024, Britain's standing in the world was actually lower compared to 2010. The union was less strong, the country less equal, the population less well protected, growth more sluggish, with the outlook poor. Ms. Desai, would you agree with this assessment?
Oh, absolutely. I think I've lived there for a number of years, and I've never seen it so disheartened, even as a nation itself. So it's not only the outside world looking at the UK, and of course all the parameters that you now listed, you know, whether be it the economy, be it its standing, even in things, you know, which are socially, even in terms of the EU, even in terms of their relations vis-a-vis India. I think everything has kind of not gone well for the UK. And it used to be a very powerful country on the global stage. So definitely now people are looking at it that perhaps some of that can be revived. But I'm worried more because when a nation is feeling really down and out, then they really need that time and space to fight back and to grab. And as Andrew just mentioned, you know, inflation is down. Maybe the standard of living will start going up. But otherwise, the headlines have been just doom and gloom that, you know, people cannot afford heating, people cannot, you know, the food banks have gone up. These are headlines.
Are not easy to forgive.
Yeah, you know, and you can't imagine the UK as a poor country. It never was. But, you know, things like food banks, people are going and getting their food from places like that. That was unimaginable. It was there, but it was unimaginable at the scale at which it was happening.
In fact, many would agree with you. I must also mention that Suella Braverman had won her seat this time around. She's been she's had a hardline immigration stance, been very protectionist as well. But Andrew, overall, it's hard to find a comparable period in history of the Conservatives which achieved so little. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think the Conservative Party lost their way with Brexit. David Cameron, a Conservative Prime Minister, held the Brexit referendum believing fervently that the country would decide to remain with the European Union. And the fact that he lost that referendum and then was forced to resign, this is back in 2016, led to a spiraling of disorder within the party. First of all, how do we do Brexit? Then how do we cope with the pandemic? And then what can we do to actually get economic growth back, and how do we resolve the problems which Kishwar's been talking about, the increasing sense that Britain is marginalized as a power in the world? How do we actually try and restore Britain's status and influence in the world? Rishi Sunak has got some items to his credit. He did manage to changed one aspect of Brexit about the status of Northern Ireland, which was a very difficult issue to resolve. He did preside over the decline in inflation, and it looks like interest rates will also be coming down, and real wages are starting to increase. But yeah, they don't have very much to show for it. And I think there was a mood among the public that the Conservative Party was spending all their time quarrelling among themselves and not getting very much done. And that's what made the Labour landslide possible. It was the Conservatives' unpopularity more than it was Labour's popularity.
Right. In fact, that's also been reflected as far as a series of YouGov polls are concerned. But if Keir Starmer wins, he would be only the fourth person since the Second World War to defeat the Conservatives at the ballot box. Something to celebrate, surely.
Oh, absolutely. I think Labour got a gift, literally, by the Conservatives doing so badly. But let's be fair, because there was going to be anti-incumbency, whichever way you look at it, So there was always going to be that battle for the Conservatives, but they made it worse for themselves and they ceded that space. So definitely there is a mood of celebration amongst the Labour Party. Also, don't forget, when Tony Blair was there, it was also a party that did have some achievements to its credit. It was not absolutely a discredited party. And I think now they want to bring back that kind of cohesiveness. And I just want to mention one small fact was that there is a change going on in the Labour Party itself because of the India the tension that they had faced in the past.
With Jeremy Corbyn.
Yeah, with Jeremy Corbyn and, that kind of thing. So it is also trying to change the way India looks at it and vice versa. So that's going to be very important for us, to understand that the leadership is recognizing that they need to get their global status back again. And believe me, with being out of thanks to Brexit, they were looking forward to a very good trading partner in India. So already one can hear that there is all this charged up thing about getting the FTA through and things like that. So I think relations are actually going to be better now with Labour than they ever have been in the past. And that's going to give them, because India is a rising power, going to give them a lot more credit in the way they deal with the world.
Well, under the Tories, they had said that by Diwali that they would have an FTA. Many Diwalis have come and gone. Hopefully, this is the Diwali that we get lucky, 14 rounds of negotiations. But at the moment, I must inform our viewers, we have some live visuals also coming in. And Swela Braverman has won in terms of the top updates. We also have Radhika joining us, who hasn't actually slept all night. Radhika, we're seeing a dramatic shift from the last general election in 2019. Take us through the top takeaways at the moment.
The top takeaway is that it seems that the Labour Party is ready almost to sort of win this election with an unprecedented majority. And it could potentially be the worst defeat for the Conservatives since they were formed in 1906. And at the moment, it seems that over 136 seats have been declared. Sir Keir Starmer, of course, just a mile away from where I am at the British Parliament, has won and has also shared his victory speech, his first of the many that are likely to come in a few hours from now. And of course, the Lib Dems doing very well, coming third, but a close third to the Conservatives, who are currently in the second position. While there are about 36 fully declared seats, there are 26 won by the Lib Dem, and that gap is just getting narrower and narrower, also indicating that the earlier exit poll had indicated that the Lib Dems could well occupy the second position as the main opposition party. So it will be interesting to see closer to about 7 o'clock local time, and it is about 4 o'clock local time in the UK. So about 3 hours from now, we will know who is going to be in the opposition, the second, who's coming close to the second. But my first reading is what a divided Britain this is looking like. There is the Labour Party, which has surged with its popularity, as indicated by our respected panelist, who was talking about the shift in the Labour Party stance post Jeremy Corbyn's era, where Sir Keir Starmer has constantly held on to this narrative of going away from the extreme left ideology and positioning the Labour Party as the centre, which perhaps has worked for them as have many other factors, including this huge anti-incumbency, the Conservative Party really gifting to the Labour and landing on its lap a lot of scandals which have gone in favour for the Labour Party alongside the anti-incumbency and the extreme crisis of economy that the UK is in, with Britain's capital really crippling. 1 in 4 children here are hungry and sleeping hungry tonight, and that's one of the wealthiest nations' capitals we are talking about. And many during winters are having to choose between heating and eating. And this is all going towards the ailing economy, which Rishi Sunak came over or took over to try and fix, but not clearly. That wasn't clearly the case. And they are, of course, the Labour Party is, of course, inheriting a huge sense of woes from Britain that they have promised or vowed to sort of fix, with the economy being the first. But what's likely to happen in the next couple of hours, maybe 3 hours? We will know once the full results are declared.
Yes.
And it's looking quite likely that the Labour Party is going to form the next government. Rishi Sunak will formally resign. The King then will invite Sir Keir Starmer to form the next government, and that officially will mean that Sir Keir Starmer and his wife Victoria will make their way to number 10, just across the road from where I'm standing, and of course then form his government, and potentially he has his cabinet ready in place. But it will be very interesting to see who comes in the second position, who will be the main opposition party, whether it will be the Lib Dems, which means Britain is going quite the centre-left way. But you see an increase in votes or the setup of accounts that Reform UK is doing, which is still indicating a presence of right-wing supporters with the Conservative Party
And
not
an
doing as
element of
badly
surprise,
as
many would
polls
say.
mentioned in Britain. Yes, a huge surprise and an indication that voters in Britain are quite divided. Centre left is what it's likely to be leaning towards in this next few years, or the new era in British politics, as we can call it, after 15 years of Tory rule, which brought in Brexit.
Thanks so much, Radhika, as always, for joining us with that quick update. Also with us at the moment, Sanam Arora. She joins us live from where an important announcement is supposed to be made. But Sanam, just 5 years after the Conservatives won their historic landslide, as pollsters are warning, the Tories actually face almost a total wipeout.
Yes, that's what it looks like. And, I'm actually coming here from Harrow West, where an election announcement is taking place. Why don't I show you that very quickly? And I think if you can see it.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
So this is the Harrow polling station where Harrow West is currently being announced. Rather safe seat for the Labour Party. Let's hope it continues to be that way if the trend continues.
But Sanam, as we have been speaking over the last few months, immigration has been a key issue this entire election. Are you a little hopeful that under the leadership of the Labour, the graduate route visa scheme will likely be retained? That's something that hits home hard for you and your friends?
It does indeed. I am very, very hopeful that, under the leadership of Keir Starmer, we will see a focus on the university sector here in the UK. It is an absolute asset for us in the UK. And I think Bridget Phillipson, who is the Shadow Education Secretary, who in fact was the first win of the night, had stated that her very first priority would be to ensure that universities are looked after. And in that regard, international students, which tend to be one of the strongest supporters of the Indian student community, of the international student of the university sector, should be well protected. So I'm very, very cautiously optimistic, Parmeshwar.
Right. So in that case, I think it's safe to assume that you don't mind pulling an all-nighter. You're looking bright as ever, Sanam. It also looks like the Rwanda scheme is set to be disposed under a Labour leadership if Keir Starmer actually does move into number 10.
Yes, we are thinking. I think both Labour and Conservatives are very clear that immigration is a significant issue in the country. But on the illegal immigration front, which is where the Rwanda scheme comes in, Sir Starmer has been very clear that it is too expensive. The Rwanda scheme that's been proposed is too expensive, and it's not perhaps as efficient as the Prime Minister or the current Prime Minister thinks it is. And he wishes to focus instead on curbing the illegal crime gangs that actually enable the trafficking of humans over into via the channel. So I think the Rwanda scheme will be scrapped if Starmer's made that pretty clear. But I think illegal immigration, which absolutely should be a focus for the country, it is a real issue here on the ground, will be focused at its heart, at its core, in terms of fixing the structural issues that lead into what happened in the first place.
In fact, the Labour says that laws that are unjust will inevitably be broken. But while Mr. Starmer did not provide a timeline or exact figures for bringing down migration numbers, he has said that he's going to pass laws, like you cited, to curb migration, and that's going to be his top priority. But Sanam, are you expecting any drastic changes that could be on the radar for the UK under Sir Keir Starmer's leadership?
I think Sir Starmer's favorite word is change. But I think he is going to have a few other changes to make before he does anything too structurally transformational for the higher education system. But the truth is, and I think Labour gets it, we've been working with a number of senior Labour members of Parliament, shadow secretaries over the last many years, over the last couple of months, in fact, especially for the graduate route protection, which we did over the last few months. I think they get it. I think they get how important and why the graduate route is so important, the post-study work route, and not just for students, but for universities, but for the whole of the country. So I am fairly positive that they will keep that understanding in place and not really do anything too drastically significant that alters that. I think their focus will very much be on illegal immigration. I think they will potentially, where I do exercise some caution, is potentially the outgoing government, the Conservative government, has said that they would keep the graduate route under review. So, of course, I think they will follow up on that, but I don't think that will be an immediate thing. And I think it will be done with the right intention, but with Labour also recognizing that the graduate route is a very small part of the bigger issues, the bigger structural issues that the UK higher education sector faces, because the truth is that domestic funding for domestic students on the education front has been stagnant for the last many years. That's the issue we need to fix here.
Thanks so much, Sanam. Do stay on with us. I'm told Sir Keir Starmer has just delivered a victory speech. Listen in to what the chief of the Labour Party had to say.
In this room, right here, beats the heart of our democracy. Not in Westminster or Whitehall, but in town halls and community centres up and down the country, in polling stations and voting booths, and most of all, in the hands of the people who hold the power of the vote. It all starts here. And it starts with you. Change begins in this community, with the people who came together to make life better, like the fantastic councillors who work so hard for our area.
Well, it's the final lap of the race to number 10 Downing Street. You just heard Sir Keir Starmer's victory speech. Radhika, who's been tracking the latest developments, joins us live at the moment from London. Radhika, we've heard Sir Keir Starmer's victory speech. Change has been echoing as that one key message through his campaign. So it seems almost certain that in about an hour, Rishi Sunak will be prepping to resign?
Yes, by all means, resign as the Prime Minister. And Sir Keir Starmer's speech, the victory speech, of course, is as MP of St Pancras and Holborn, which is in central London. But his other key speech would be as Prime Minister or the leader of the party that has won the majority of this election very soon and shortly once the entire results are declared. I just got an update from the Election Commission that it appears to be about 9:30 local time, which is about 4 hours from now when the entire results will be declared. And that is when officially there will be a resignation by Rishi Sunak. And then the formal procedure is that the King will invite Sir Keir Starmer to form the next government as the leader of the opposition and the leader of the party that has won a majority of seats, the Labour Party. Trends, of course, are indicating that there's going to be a landslide victory. The kind of changes, of course, or the kind of reforms or the kind of manifesto issues that Sir Keir Starmer has started is that once he takes over, in the first three aspects, he's likely to first fix the economy, as he says. How, we don't know, because we know the economy of Britain has slipped to the 6th position even after India has taken over to the 5th position globally. And then, of course, the second, he says, is he will fix the NHS and offer more appointments to people who've been waiting for years for certain emergency appointments. And of course, the focus is going to be on the social sector, whether it is health, housing, and tax private sectors, including private independent schools, where a lot of British Indians send their children to here in Britain, and NDTV has been reporting just about that quite extensively. So there are certain areas where there is resistance, even as the Labour Party is likely to roll out those schemes as declared in the manifesto. What's going to be very interesting is when Rishi Sunak took over as Prime Minister, I remember he swore on the Bhagavad Gita, or took the oath on the Bhagavad Gita in the British Parliament, the first for any British Indian origin Prime Minister to take over as Prime Minister of Britain, the first for any MP to take oaths on the Bhagavad Gita as a devout Hindu, as he declared himself to be, the first for any Prime Minister to celebrate Diwali at number 10. It's going to be different when Sir Keir Starmer is going to take over number 10, because he's an atheist. His wife follows Jewish philosophy and takes their 2 teenage children to the synagogues many times. And it seems that he will swear by the monarch, or he will, of course, take oath on the monarch, or offer his allegiance towards the monarch, and not any particular religion. So these are some of the interesting trends or changes that we will see between the 2 prime ministers, the outgoing prime minister and the incoming prime minister. But very important to highlight here that this government that is likely to be formed in the next couple of days under Keir Starmer's leadership as prime minister, even when he takes over today in a few hours, is likely to be quite diverse. We have seen quite a representation from all sectors, from all races in the 650 seats or constituencies that there are in the UK. We have seen the first female Sikh MP who fought on behalf of the Labour, who fought on the Labour candidate seat, becoming an MP. We have multiple Indian origin MPs who have formed a good 12 to 18% from the Asian background in this particular candidature that the Labour has fielded. And we will also see quite a diverse set of people in the parliament, considering Jeremy Corbyn, someone who has fought, the former Labour chief who has fought as an independent candidate, has won in Islington. Reform UK has made quite a steadfast an improvement with coming in the 4th position just after Lib Dems, which is quite something that is in tally with what the polls indicated for them, about 13 seats. So there's your very diverse representation already in the opposition. And then, of course, there is the Tories, who are known to be slightly centre-right. There is, of course, the Lib Dems, who are centre, the Labour, who may form the government, who are left-leaning but position themselves as centre. So it is going to be a very, very interesting next 5 years in Britain with multiple voices. The saying is very famous that London has a space for everybody. That, of course, is not a political saying. It is a saying for races, for just the kind of mixture and cosmopolitan nature of this city, the diversity of this city. Thanks, Parmeshwar. And, of course, now it seems that Britain has a place for everybody, with even the SNP getting an edge, but just after Reform UK, which for me is quite interesting in my early observations.
Indeed, Radhika, you couldn't have put it better, because even the Green Party has seemed to open their account. They've also got about 1 seat as per the last update, but 4 big Labour gains from Tory cabinet ministers and big giants. We've got Penny Mordaunt, Johnny Mercer, Therese Coffey and Simon Clarke losing their seats to Labour candidates.
That's right. And Grant Shapps, of course, was the Defence Secretary. Jeremy Hunt, likely to be trailing and losing as well, as polls predicted. Rishi Sunak's seat is going to be interesting. I was observing trends, haven't received the latest of the count yet. So these are some interesting gains that they have made, also indicating who then is going to replace Rishi Sunak as the leader of the opposition. or the leader of the Conservatives if they don't end up being the main opposition party, depending on which way the results go. So the future of Rishi Sunak, who made headlines really in 2021, just after Boris Johnson was forced to resign because of his own resignation, a drama that sparked the entire controversy, is what's going to happen to Rishi Sunak?
Right.
He, of course, has vowed that if he wins as MP from Richmond, he will continue his full term and serve the people of Richmond and serve British politics as MP. If he doesn't, but then who will take over as the Conservative chief is the next question.
Right, Radhika. In fact, we've just been told that Rishi Sunak has also reached Richmond to monitor the entire result process. Before we get you the live updates from Yorkshire, we're taking a very quick break.
तो बेसिकली अगर आप एंड्रॉयड यूज करते हैं या आईफोन यूज करते हैं, डजंट मैटर, आपको दोनों ही ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम्स में बहुत इजी ऑप्शन मिल जाता है जहां पे यू कैन गो टू द सेटिंग्स एंड वहां से यू कैन म्यूट योर अननोन नंबर्स, या एंड्रॉयड में यू कैन ब्लॉक कॉल्स फ्रॉम अननोन नंबर्स। तो अगर कोई अननोन नंबर जो आपकी कॉन्टैक्ट लिस्ट में नहीं है ट्राइज टू कॉल यू, फोन वोंट रिंग, आप थोड़ा सा सुकून एंजॉय कर पाएंगे। फॉर अ फैक्ट आप ये काम व्हाट्सएप पे भी कर सकते हैं। यू कैन mute all your calls coming from unknown numbers. ये बहुत अच्छा तो है ही, but I would say it's also very important to avoid these scam calls, because sometimes it's just a normal spam, but sometimes it's scammers calling you, approaching you, just trying to take some money out of pocket. तो उससे बचने के लिए भी it's a nice way for us to avoid any unknown numbers. जैसे मैंने just अभी किया, मतलब I'll turn on the setting. You can do it too. It's a nice tip. Please share with all your friends. Moving next, because हम gadgets की बात कर ही रहे हैं, let's just go back to the most commonly used gadget that we all have in our pockets, the smartphone. और अगर हम इसको analyze करें तो आपको लगता होगा this is just a device to play games, watch some content, या phone पे बात कर लो या text कर लो, but you know what? There's a lot happening behind the scenes because
Well, the end is near. In just about a few hours, we will know who is going to be the new entrant as far as number 10 Downing Street is concerned, or the live comprehensive non-stop coverage across the NDTV network regarding the UK elections. Now, while inflation in Britain has come down to the Bank of England's 2% target, mortgage payments remain significantly higher. The cost of living crisis has been a huge issue this election, and voters are not quick to forgive or forget when such a devastating economic phenomenon occurs. In fact, time has dragged in the final stages of the election campaign. It feels like the end of a long-haul flight. Many say the plane has already landed, and restless passengers are now fidgeting in their seats, waiting for the signal to disembark. The itinerary, they say, was fixed long ago. Mild turbulence has not affected the polling trajectory, unless every standard instrument for reading the national mood as far as the UK is concerned has malfunctioned. Voters will soon emerge into a Britain governed by the Labour Party, a place they haven't been for 14 years. There is still scope for uncertainty, as we've seen. Well, the Reform UK, Nigel Farage's party, was actually projected to win about 13 seats in the House of Commons. Nigel Farage, after 7 failed attempts, the 8th time, he is now going to be an MP since he has won from Clacton. So, as I mentioned, health warning, there is still some scope for uncertainty. Forecasts of a Conservative rout could have unpredictable feedback effects. Maybe there is an audience for the party's last-ditch plea for electoral mercy. But as far as the numbers are concerned at the moment, I must bring you up to date. Out of all the seats that have been declared, there's 388 constituencies that have declared their results out of the 650 constituencies. The Labour Party currently at 280 in comparison to Conservatives' double digit of 45. Take a look at that gap. Labour's at 280, Conservatives at 55 at the moment, the Scottish National Party at 4, the others at 49. Nigel Farage's party projected to gain 13 seats in the House of Commons. So far, they have only won 4, I am told. And Keir Starmer has also just delivered his victory speech. We are told voters who despise the Tories and are uninspired by Labour could have drifted to smaller parties. But to confirm that fact, we have John joining us with a live update from Westminster. John, how accurate is it to say that voters who actually hate the Tories and are uninspired by the Labour could have drifted to smaller parties and independent candidates, or just stayed at home?
Well, certainly there is a feeling that people have ditched the Conservative Party because they don't like the state that the country is in at the moment. Remember, the Conservatives been in charge for 14 years, so there is very much a feeling that they have lost rather than that others have won. But of course, the Labour Party would say, well, no, when you actually look at the results and you look at the fact they are on course for a landslide victory, well, that doesn't just happen by mistake. It's not just a protest vote that has led to them winning so many seats. So the Labour Party, I'm sure, will say this is a very clear mandate to implement their policies. But certainly, I think there is a degree of what you said there, that people have abandoned the Conservative Party, have looked elsewhere, have looked towards people like Nigel Farage and his Reform Party, also the Liberal Democrats as well, traditionally the third party in UK politics. They potentially looking at one of their best ever results. I mean, the exit poll said they could win somewhere in the region of 58 seats, which would be a huge win for them as the third party in UK politics. So I think certainly there is disillusion with the Conservatives, but at the same time, of course, Labour being on to such a huge majority as we expect, well, they're going to say that there's a very clear mandate for them to implement their policies.
In fact, John, the UK's political parties were actually on track to spend more than £1 million on online adverts just on Thursday, circumventing your media blackout rule that actually forces television and radio stations to stop election coverage when polls open. Did they manage to spend that amount?
Well, yes, election spending is a very tricky issue here. Their rules have changed slightly in terms of the amount of money that parties have been able to spend this time around. There are some people who say there is simply too much money in politics, that it shouldn't come down to who's got the most money, it should come down to those who have got the best ideas. But of course, we live in a multimedia world now. They are not just advertising along the traditional lines of television and radio and newspapers. Of course, there have been huge drives online, like you say. So it's also been interesting that actually that spending has been targeted at younger voters as well. Traditionally in the UK, younger voters don't turn out to vote in as great a number as older voters. So interesting to see that there's been a lot of money spent on places like
social media
Instagram, for example,
especially
going after younger voters. Also TikTok, of course, as well. Yeah.
Also, Starmer would actually be the first openly atheist prime minister. In India, that would be a huge headline. But in a country where 37% tick the no religion box, a non-believing prime minister is hardly a sensation, it seems.
No, not at all. You know, to put it very bluntly, it's really not a big deal here at all. In fact, it would probably raise more eyebrows if you had a prime minister who
with a
was
religious affiliation,
incredibly religious, and you know was a a devout politician, that would probably cause more headlines than having an atheist prime minister. So although we've heard a lot of prime ministers who might go to church or might say they were christened or baptized or anything else, what we haven't had is, like you say, an atheist prime minister. But really, that hasn't really factored into anything here. What has factored in, what has been quite interesting, is there have been a few seats, places like in Leicester, in the Midlands, with a very large Asian population, that the Labour Party have lost to an independent and Muslim candidate who had a very firm line on what's been going on in Gaza as well. So religion has played a part in this election campaign so far. Interesting to see those independent candidates picking up some seats.
Has Keir Starmer's outlook towards the war in Gaza, what many would call a genocide, has it affected the Labour's poll prospects in certain Muslim-dominated areas as far as the UK is concerned?
Yes, I think it has, and certainly there was a fear in the Labour Party that their stance when it came to what's going on in Gaza at the moment meant that they would lose votes among Muslims, especially in those areas like in Leicester that we've seen with a large Muslim population, and that does seem to have borne out slightly. But again, in terms of the national picture, because those of the Muslim faith don't make up a huge percentage of the UK, then of course it became, to put it very bluntly, it was almost a numbers game for the Labour Party in terms of trying to strike the balance between what they were saying and then the impact that would have on their total overall vote in the UK.
In fact, John, Rishi Sunak is currently on stage as the final lap of the race to 10 Downing Street unfolds. The chief of the Conservative Party and the current Prime Minister of the UK is expected to speak to the media very soon. Let's just listen into what's happening as far as this North Yorkshire meeting is concerned.
The number of valid ballot papers for each candidate was as follows. Jason Barnett, Independent, 27. Daniel George Callaghan, Liberal Democrats, 4,322. Angela Eileen Campion, commonly known as Angie Campion, Independent, 33. Louise Ann Dickens, Workers' Party of Britain, 90. Kevin Foster, the Green Party, 2,058. Rio Sebastian Justin Goldhammer, commonly known as Rio Goldhammer, Yorkshire Party, 132. Jonathan David Harvey, commonly known as Count Binface Party, 308. Graham Nichols, commonly known as Sir Archibald Stanton, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 99. Nicholas Omolana, commonly known as Nico Omolana, 160. Brian Neil Richmond, Independent, 222. Rishi Sunak, Conservative Party, 23,059. Lee Martin Taylor, Reform UK, 7,142. Thomas James Wilson, commonly known as Tom Wilson, Labour Party, 10,874. I hereby declare that Rishi Sunak is duly elected. Congratulations, and he may address the stand.
Good morning. Could I start by thanking the returning officer and all the team who've been working here at the count and at the polling stations today. You make our democracy possible. I'd also like to thank the police who have ensured that we can conduct this ballot here in North Yorkshire, but also across the country in safety. On this difficult night, I'd like to express my gratitude to the people of the Richmond and Northallerton constituency for your continued support. Since I moved here a decade ago, you have made me and my family feel so at home, and I look forward to continuing to serve as your Member of Parliament. It is an enormous privilege. I'm grateful to my agent and constituency team, and I congratulate my opponents here on the energetic and very good-natured campaigns that they have run. The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory. Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly manner, with goodwill on all sides. That is something that should give us all confidence in our country's stability and future. The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss. To the many good, hard-working Conservative candidates who lost tonight, despite their tireless efforts, their local records of delivery, and their dedication to their communities, I am sorry. I will now head down to London, where I will say more about tonight's result before I leave the job of Prime Minister, to which I have given my all. I will then return here, to my family's home, and I look forward to spending more time with you all in the weeks, months, and years ahead. Thank you.
North Yorkshire as well, and thank you to everybody that's been involved in the election. It's been really well run and I really appreciate it. Thank you, everybody.
Well, a saving grace currently for the sitting UK Prime Minister at the moment, the chief of the Tory party, as he has managed to cling on to Richmond in Yorkshire. That's his traditional seat. Things are looking pretty grim for the Conservative Party after 14 long years in power, with Keir Starmer expected to be the lucky man by the time the sun rises in Britain. Labour is expected to win by a landslide. In fact, I must bring you up to date with the current numbers. Out of the 650 constituencies in the UK, currently 432 seats have been declared already. It's 9:15 a.m. according to Indian local time. It's about little past 4:30 in Britain. As far as the tally is concerned, we're just going to pull that graphic up for you as well. Labour stands at 305 at the moment, breaching the 300 mark. Many say they are projected to breach the 400 mark, perhaps be 410, 415. But at the moment, out of the 650 constituencies that have been declared, 434 out of 650, I beg your pardon. For the Labour, 306 seats they have won. Conservatives have not been able to breach the 100 mark, even though the Labour has breached the 300 mark. The Conservatives currently stand at 66, a double digit as compared to the Labour's triple digit and breaching 300 mark. As far as the Scottish National Party is concerned, their current tally is 4 seats, and others that include independents like Farage's party, they stand at 58. The incumbent, Rishi Sunak, has retained his seat from Richmond in Yorkshire. There were people who were speculating whether or not that would actually be a possibility, considering the Tories' poor track record. However, Rishi Sunak has indeed clung on to Richmond in Yorkshire. So that's been a saving grace for the boss of the Conservative Party. But as things stand on the overall picture, things do not look the best for the Conservatives or Rishi Sunak. At the moment, we have with us Lord Karan Bilimoria joining us. Lord Bilimoria, is it a total surprise for you that Rishi Sunak has managed to cling on to Richmond?
He was expected to keep his seat. He's been a popular MP in the area now since he took his seat there in 2015. There was a little bit of hesitation because he's made many, many mistakes throughout his prime ministership, and including the election itself. Calling this campaign was completely the wrong thing to have done. He didn't consult anybody. He didn't inform anyone. And then, in mistake after mistake, he made the announcement of the campaign in pouring rain. He then, later on...
Which made for very powerful visuals, very metaphoric.
And he then, one of the worst mistakes he made during the campaign was not staying on for the end of it with the leaders, with the world leaders at D-Day. I mean, that was shocking. I just personally could not believe somebody could make such a mistake. You can't blame it on his advisors. He should have known better not to do something like that. And that really, really was, and he's got a big military garrison in his constituency. So that's why people worried that went down extremely badly in the whole country, and particularly with the armed forces, particularly with veterans. So that was why people said, oh, maybe he won't even keep his own seat. He's kept his seat quite comfortably, but he's also, in his acceptance speech just now, conceded that they have lost the election. And they've not only lost the election, they've been completely demolished. And these results come out, and very soon you will see the 325 mark being crossed, 650 seats in the House of Commons, and the Labour are on their way to well over 400 seats. This is a record. Tony Blair won with an over 170-seat majority when he became Prime Minister for the first time in 1997. It looks like Keir Starmer is going to be doing around the same.
Well, Mr. Sunak has said that the British people have delivered a sobering verdict. And even before the Labour Party has indeed reached that 326 mark, he has, in fact, said that they have won. But, Lord Billamore, if we talk about the economy, the Shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, has accused the Conservatives of vandalising the economy over the last 14 years, but also admitted that it would take the Labour lots of time to actually turn Britain around, don't you think?
The mistakes that have been made in the last 14 years of Conservative government, it's a catalogue. If you go back to 2010, when they took over, and please remember, these things go in phases. I mean, yes. Margaret Thatcher, John Major, 18 years of Conservative government, followed by Tony Blair and Gordon Brown, they had 13 years of a Labour government from 1997 to 2010. And now we've had 14 years of Conservative-led governments. And in those 14 years, Gordon Brown, people give credit for saving the economy through the financial crisis of 2007, 8 and 9. But the Conservatives had a huge period of austerity under David Cameron and George Osborne. And that really hit our economy. It meant we had no growth. We had flatlining productivity for many, many years. And then you had the biggest mistake of them all, and that was Brexit. And Brexit 8 years ago has created the turmoil that we've had, which has affected the economy as well. We've had 5 prime ministers. I don't know how many chancellors, how many other cabinet ministers, a revolving door, and the economy has been an absolute disaster. We've had no or low growth, and you can blame some of it on the pandemic, some of it on Putin's invasion of Ukraine. But really, a lot of it has been a complete mismanagement thanks to the biggest mistake, which was Brexit, which was the biggest act of self-harm a country could do to itself. And that is thanks to the Conservative Party that we've got this Brexit and the damage done. And Rishi Sunak himself, I remember meeting him in February in 2016, the day the referendum was called. And he said to me, Karen, I'm for Brexit. I want to leave the European Union. I couldn't believe it. My jaw dropped and I was
in
speechless.
Retrospect, I'm pretty sure he's sitting and mulling over the things he said to you back in 2016, Lord Billamore. But could a landslide victory for Keir Starmer, which well ahead, I mean, he's going to cross 400, his party is, could his landslide victory actually hand Britain a stability premium in global markets?
Without a doubt. We are crying out for stability. I was for 2 years until June 2022, the president of the Confederation of British Industry, the CBI, yes. The largest business organizer in the UK. I dealt with Keir Starmer personally, with Rachel Reeves. They are sensible individuals. People are worried, oh, it's going to be a Labour Party, it's going to be very left-wing, they're going to tax the wealthy, they're going to tax the rich, taxes are going to go up. they've said very, very clearly they want to encourage growth. They want to encourage wealth creation. Those are the words they're using themselves, wealth creation. And to do that, you can't just raise taxes to generate the growth. So they know they can't do that. I think they're going to be very sensible. I think we're going to have a period of stability. And I think the Labour Party should be looking at a period of 15 years. And as I've told you, the history, it's 18 years, 13 years, 14 years. Now they'll probably be looking at 15 years. And with this sort of a majority, they have the ability to give that stability that Britain desperately needs. And please remember, our inward investment, as a result of the mistakes made by the Conservative Party and Brexit in particular, has plummeted. We used to be the second largest recipient of inward investment in the world, something I was always very proud of. We no longer are. And now we need to rebuild that confidence so that Britain brings in that money, brings in that inward investment, and that's got to be a priority for the Labour government.
Indeed. Do stay on with us, Lord Billimoria. We're just going to play out Rishi Sunak's latest reaction after he clung on to his seat in Yorkshire. He has not said anything about whether he will continue as the chief of the Conservative Party, but he has said that he will return to London and get ready to resign as the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
Can I start by thanking the returning officer and all the team who've been working here at the count and at the polling stations today. You make our democracy possible. I'd also like to thank the police who have ensured that we can conduct this ballot here in North Yorkshire, but also across the country in safety. On this difficult night, I'd like to express my gratitude to the people of the Richmond and Northallerton constituency for your continued support. Since I moved here a decade ago, you have made me and my family feel so at home, and I look forward to continuing to serve as your Member of Parliament. Can I start by thanking the...
Well, Rishi Sunak has conceded defeat and said that the Labour Party will in fact be taking charge, though we're waiting for confirmed results. As of now, I must inform you, out of the 650 constituencies, 460 seats have been declared. And as far as the tally is concerned, the Labour stands at 322. The Conservatives at 70, a double digit. The Scottish National Party currently at 4. Things haven't changed much for the SNP, but while the others, including independents, stand at 64. We have with us Lord Billimoria and Jayant Krishna on the broadcast. Mr. Krishna, I'd like to rope you in real quick. You know, in sharp contrast with Conservative Party warnings over the dangers of this large Labour majority that Keir Starmer was commanding, some analysts in London actually say that the prospect of a resounding mandate for Starmer's party could secure Britain's safe haven status among investors in an increasingly volatile world.
See, I would believe that yes, Conservatives, the kind of things they've talked about, in their manifesto and some of the promises that they've made during the electoral process. I think they would stick to it. They have talked about the NHS reforms. They have talked about, housing sector to be rejigged. They have talked about, energy sector, a lot of work to be done for that sector. Also, they've talked about, new taxes worth about 7.4 billion British pounds to be introduced, So I think as far as the markets and industry prospects are concerned, I would believe that there'll be continuity. There'll be no major change at all. And as far as India is concerned, I think the Labour manifesto does talk about, having a new strategic relationship with India. And, and I believe even FTA, which was at an advanced stage of negotiation, would remain where it is and it wouldn't get derailed at all. In the past, there have been some instances where typically Labour historically has not been as friendly to India and especially the industry and business as the Conservatives. But I think that's thing of the past, and all the utterances of Keir Starmer and David Lammy and everybody else indicates that they would hold India.
In fact, Mr. Krishna, I sincerely apologize, I'm interrupting you, but the Labour Party, under the leadership of Keir Starmer, has indeed crossed the majority mark of 326. As far as the latest tally is concerned, I must share with you and our viewers, Labour stands at 328, 2 above the majority mark. 326 was the magic number. The Conservatives still at 67, the double digit. SNP unmoved at 4, while the others stand at 58. So it's fair to say at this point, number 10 Downing Street will have a new entrant this morning in Sir Keir Starmer. He will be taking over the keys. Lord Billimore here. If we talk about business, the combined turnover of Indian-owned companies in the UK has more than doubled from £19 billion in 2014 to about £50.5 billion in 2023, if I'm not mistaken. And as far as the top Indian-owned companies in the UK are concerned, they are significant employers in the market. They consistently employ about 1 lakh people over the last 10 years. Where do you see this relationship headed now under Keir Starmer's leadership? Diwalis have come and gone. Can we expect a free trade agreement with the Labour in power?
Yes, and you've been talking about the Grant Thornton Tracker report that has been coming out for over 10 years now that tracks the Indian investment over here and also UK investment in India. And it is very encouraging what is happening. India is one of the largest investors in the UK, and I'm very proud of that. What I do know is that it is wrong to think of the outdated concept of Labour governments not being friendly towards India. I went on a delegation, I remember, in 2005, going back almost 20 years ago with Tony Blair to India. And it was a huge delegation. I went again with Gordon Brown when he was Prime Minister, huge delegations. And the relationship with India was fantastic. I was there. I founded the UK-India Business Council myself in 2007 when Tony Blair was Prime Minister. So they have been very close. And then when it comes to a tax-friendly government, in my over 3 decades in business in the UK, the most tax-friendly government has been the Tony Blair, Gordon Brown government with the lowest rate of capital gains tax at 18%, with the top rate of income tax at 40%. It was very, very business-friendly government. And I think where the free trade agreement is concerned, it's been put on hold because of the Indian elections, and it's been put on hold because of these elections here, which were called, by the way, they're not meant to be now. These elections were meant to be held towards the end of the year, either before the American elections or after the American elections. It's Rishi Sunak, who very foolishly called these elections early, is now paying the price, and many of his MPs are furious with him. They've lost their seats. They say, thanks to him and his mistake where he did not consult people and thought he knew it all and went and called this election, it's been a disaster. And for him to say sorry, I don't think there's going to be enough for many of his MPs who are going to be absolutely livid with him.
Well, many would say to Sunak at this point, don't be sorry, just be better. But thank you so much, Lord Billimore, as always, for making time for us. We also have with us Bhaswati Mukherjee on the broadcast. Thank you so much for waiting and being so patient. The Labour is busy celebrating their victory, as you can see with live visuals on your screen at the moment. Keir Starmer, the man of the moment, the new entrant at 10 Downing Street. This isn't coming as a huge surprise for many, since exit polls in the UK, which are pretty accurate, have predicted this. But let's listen into what Starmer has to say.
Thank you so much for that reception. What an amazing reception. We did it. You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now. And it feels good, I have to be honest. 4.5 years of work changing the party. This is what it is for. A changed Labour Party, ready to serve our country, ready to restore Britain to the service of working people. And across our country, people will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted, a burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now we can look forward again walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity after 14 years to get its future back. And I want to thank each and every one of you here for campaigning so hard for change. And not just in this campaign either. Also for these 4.5 years changing our party. The Labour movement is always everything's achieved, past and future, down to the efforts of its people. So thank you truly. You have changed our country. But a mandate like this comes with a great responsibility. Our task is nothing less than renewing the ideas that hold this country together. National renewal. Whoever you are, wherever you started in life, if you work hard, if you play by the rules, this country should give you a fair chance to get on. It should always respect your contribution, and we have to restore that. And alongside that, we have to return politics to public service. Show that politics can be a force for good. Make no mistake, that is the great test of politics in this era. The fight for trust is the battle that defines our age. It is why we've campaigned so hard on demonstrating we are fit for public service. Service is the precondition for hope. Respect, the bond that can unite a country. Together, the values of this changed Labour Party are the guiding principle for a new government. Country first, party second. That is the responsibility of this mandate. You know, 14 years ago, we were told that we're all in it together. I say to the British people today, imagine what we can do if that were actually true. So, by all means, enjoy this moment. Nobody can say you haven't waited patiently. Enjoy the feeling of waking up on a morning like this, with the emotion that you do see the country through the same eyes. Hold on to it, because it is what unity is made from. But use it to show to the rest of the country, as we must, that this party has changed, that we will serve them faithfully, govern for every single person in this country. But also, don't forget how we got here. This morning, we can see that the British people have voted to turn the page on 14 years. But don't pretend that there was anything inevitable about that. There's nothing preordained in politics. Election victories don't fall from the sky. They're hard won and hard fought for. And this one could only be won by a changed Labour Party. We have the chance to repair our public services because we changed the party. We have the chance to make work pay because we changed the party. We have the chance to deliver for working people, young people, vulnerable people, the poorest in our society, because we changed the party. Country first, party second isn't a slogan. It's the guiding principle everything we have done and must keep on doing. On the economy, on national security, on protecting our borders. The British people had to look us in the eye and see that we can serve their interests. And that work doesn't stop now. It never stops. The changes we've made are permanent, irreversible, and we must keep going. We ran as a changed Labour Party, and we will govern as a changed Labour Party. I don't promise you it will be easy. Changing a country is not like flicking a switch. It's hard work, patient work, determined work. And we will have to get moving immediately. But even when the going gets tough, and it will, remember, tonight and always, what this is all about. Now, I may have mentioned my parents a few times in this campaign, once or twice. But the sense of security we had, the comfort they took from believing that Britain would always be better for their children. The hope, not high-minded, not idealistic, but a hope that working-class families like mine could build their lives around. It is a hope that may not burn brightly in Britain at the moment, but we have earned the mandate to relight the fire. That is the purpose of this party and of this government. We said we would end the chaos, and we will. We said we would turn the page, and we have. Today we start the next chapter, begin the work of change, the mission of national renewal, and start to rebuild our country. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Right.
Well, Keir Starmer has spoken and he has said change begins now. It feels good is what the Labour chief has just said. In fact, in his remarks, he said that the Labour Party is ready to serve the UK and to serve working people across their country. People will be waking up this morning to find a weight has been lifted. This is what Mr. Starmer has said, adding that a burden finally removed the shoulders of this great nation. Keir Starmer will be the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom after Rishi Sunak conceded defeat within the last few minutes. In fact, the Conservatives have suffered a landslide defeat. The latest projections and now the latest results have indeed solidified the projections. The Tories will be left. Currently, they have about 76 seats that they have won. The Labour stands at 349. Out of the 650 constituencies, 501 seats have been declared so far. The Labour's tally at the moment as we speak stands at 76. The Conservatives are at 76. The Labour at a whopping 349, inching towards the 400 mark. If we talk about the Scottish National Party, they remain unmoved at 4 seats, while the others, including independents, have gotten a tally of 72. In fact, Sunak has said he will make a full statement about the defeat when he returns to London later today. But speaking at discount, Rishi Sunak did not say whether or not he intends to stay on as party leader. Keir Starmer, in his victory speech after the Labour crossed that magic 326 mark, has said great responsibility comes with Labour's mandate. He also says we must return politics to public service so that politics can be a force for truth. We have with us on the broadcast Lord Bilimoria. We also have Basudev Mukherjee at the moment and Jayant Krishna. Thank you so much for being patient and listening to the victory speech by the UK's new Prime Minister. Lord Bilimoria, Mr. Starmer has declared that Labour would seek a closer relationship with India and the British Indian community as well. After many Diwalis have come and gone, is this the year that UK and India go ahead with a free trade agreement?
Absolutely. The free trade agreement is vastly negotiated. There's a small amount left to be done. Now we've got a clear majority Labour government in place. India's had its elections and it's very clear what is happening in India. We've got continuity with Prime Minister Narendra Modi being Prime Minister for the third time. Many of the ministers in the Indian government, there's continuity there as well, including individuals who were involved in the negotiation of the free trade agreement. So I think we're in a very good position now to conclude this FTA as soon as possible. As soon as the new Labour government is settled in, we should aim to conclude it. And by the way, we have not had a major prime ministerial delegation to India since Theresa May's delegation in November 2016. Can you believe it? We've had a prime minister of Indian origin for almost 2 years, and he did not take a major delegation like the ones I've been on.
14 rounds of negotiations for the FTA yet.
And yet you don't take a big delegation of business leaders, of cabinet ministers, of the press, of university leaders. That hasn't happened since November 2016. Now we've got to make that impact. And my first recommendation to Keir Starmer is show India really matters. Take a huge delegation out to India. Get that free trade agreement secured. And one of the most important things that Keir Starmer made in his speech, he said it's not just change for the country. He said his party, the Labour Party, has changed. And people must remember, when Boris Johnson won that 80-seat majority in December 2019, a huge reason for that was the country did not want Jeremy Corbyn to be Prime Minister. They did not trust a Labour Party that was so left-wing with somebody like Jeremy Corbyn. That is the reason Boris Johnson got his 80-seat majority. Now you have a Labour Party that is saying very clearly, we are sensible. We put the country first, we put the party second, and we have changed as a party. And that is now how they're going to deliver and growth with the economy, creating jobs, making sure taxes are not just raised. All those things that business has been scared about a Labour Party under somebody like Jeremy Corbyn, now with the Labour Party, with Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves, who will be the Chancellor, the Finance Minister, I think we'll have a period of real stability when it comes to the economy and business, and at long last, instead of the turmoil that we've had over the past 8 years.
Right, as you mentioned, under Jeremy Corbyn, the Labour Party was actually widely perceived as antagonistic towards India, with its repeated references to Kashmir as well, to appeal to Britain's Muslim vote bank, the Muslim community there. Any drastic changes expected this time around?
I think, again, those are the old days. This is the Labour Party we've got to try and think about now is the modern Labour Party that Tony Blair, you've got to give him great credit, transformed his party when he became a business-friendly leader of a Labour Party that had this image of being very left-wing, all the issues with India that had taken place in the past. Those are all history. We've had David Lammy has come out to India. The shadow business secretary came out to India. They're very, very serious about India. We've just had the India Global Forum, a whole India week in London just now. And there was David Lammy, who might be the new foreign secretary. You should have heard him speaking about India. It was a number one priority to him.
There's also uncertainty, Lord Bilimoria, about whether Labour would actually continue the Indo-Pacific tilt initiated by the Tories. Any perspective on that so far?
I don't see why not at all, because we know how important the Indo... In fact, remember, it's been renamed. It always used to be called the Asia-Pacific. It's now been renamed as the Indo-Pacific. That's how important India is to the United Kingdom. So they will continue on that. And when it comes to security, they've said they will continue with our nuclear deterrent, which is one of Britain's strongest elements of our defense, is that 24-hour a day, 365-day a year nuclear deterrent in our submarines. The Labour's going to continue with that. And of course, NATO, being a part of NATO, the second biggest defense power in NATO after the United States of America, is very much going to be a priority for a Labour government.
In fact, that's also going to be Keir Starmer's first official attendance point on the global stage. But in terms of the collaboration in critical areas such as artificial intelligence and semiconductors, as well as high-performance computing, Lord Bilimoria, India and UK, do you see more collaboration in terms of these areas? I know British firms have pledged investments of 30,000 crore rupees towards India's semiconductor ecosystem especially.
Yes, this is an area where we've got to collaborate much, much more. And I think when it comes to trade and business and investment, our bilateral trade at the moment is about £39 billion. It should be many times higher than that. And when it comes to collaboration, I'm Chancellor of the University of Birmingham. Just last year, we launched a joint master's degree with IIT Madras for 18 months for Indians and people from the UK to attend this on AI and data science. A joint degree, you come out of it with a degree from Birmingham University and IIT Madras. How wonderful is that? The students spend time in India, they spend time in the UK. That is the future, collaborating really closely together, government to government, university to university, business to business.
Well, Lord Bilimoria, it's always a pleasure to hear your perspective. Thank you so much for making time for us on the NDTV network. Well, Keir Starmer is going to be the new Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. He is going to be moving into number 10 Downing Street. And Larry will also have a new companion very soon. Listen in to Keir Starmer's victory speech as the chief of the Labour Party, who is going to be heading towards a landslide victory, expected to breach the 400 mark, projected to win 410 seats out of the 650 constituencies in the United Kingdom. Here's what Sir Keir Starmer just said.
National. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for that reception. What an amazing reception. We did it. You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now. And it feels good, I have to be honest. 4.5 years of work changing the party. This is what it is for. A changed Labour Party, ready to serve our country, ready to restore Britain to the service of working people. And across our country, people will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted, a burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now we can look forward again, walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity after 14 years to get its future back. And I want to thank each and every one of you here for campaigning so hard for change. And not just in this campaign either. Also for these 4.5 years changing our party. The Labour movement is always everything's achieved, past and future, down to the efforts of its people. So thank you truly. You have changed our country. But a mandate like this comes with a great responsibility. Our task is nothing less than renewing the ideas that hold this country together. National renewal. Whoever you are, wherever you started in life, if you work hard, if you play by the rules, this country should give you a fair chance to get on. It should always respect your contribution, and we have to restore that. And alongside that, we have to return politics to public service. Show that politics can be a force for good. Make no mistake, that is the great test of politics in this era. The fight for trust is the battle that defines our age. It is why we've campaigned so hard on demonstrating we are fit for public service. Service is the precondition for hope. Respect, the bond that can unite a country. Together, the values of this changed Labour Party are the guiding principle for a new government. Country first, party second. That is the responsibility of this mandate. You know, 14 years ago, we were told that we're all in it together. I say to the British people today, imagine what we can do if that were actually true. So, by all means, enjoy this moment. Nobody can say you haven't waited patiently. Enjoy the feeling of waking up on a morning like this, with the emotion that you do see the country through the same eyes. Hold on to it, because it is what unity is made from. But use it to show to the rest of the country, as we must, that this party has changed, that we will serve them faithfully, govern for every single person in this country. But also, don't forget how we got here. This morning, we can see that the British people have voted to turn the page on 14 years. But don't pretend that there was anything inevitable about that. There's nothing preordained in politics. Election victories don't fall from the sky. They're hard won and hard fought for. And this one could only be won by a changed Labour Party. We have the chance to repair our public services because we changed the party. We have the chance to make work pay because we changed the party. We have the chance to deliver for working people, young people, vulnerable people, the poorest in our society, because we changed the party. Country first, party second isn't a slogan. It's the guiding principle everything we have done and must keep on doing. On the economy, on national security, on protecting our borders. The British people had to look us in the eye and see that we can serve their interests. And that work doesn't stop now. It never stops. The changes we've made are permanent, irreversible, and we must keep going. We ran as a changed Labour Party, and we will govern as a changed Labour Party. I don't promise you it will be easy. Changing a country is not like flicking a switch. It's hard work, patient work, determined work. And we will have to get moving immediately. But even when the going gets tough, and it will, remember, tonight and always, what this is all about. Now, I may have mentioned my parents a few times in this campaign, once or twice. But the sense of security we had, the comfort they took from believing that Britain would always be better for their children, the hope, not high-minded, not idealistic, but a hope that working-class families like mine could build their lives around. It is a hope that may not burn brightly in Britain at the moment, but we have earned the mandate to relight the fire. That is the purpose of this party and of this government. We said we would end the chaos, and we will. We said we would turn the page, and we have. Today we start the next chapter, begin the work of change, the mission of national renewal, and start to rebuild our country. Thank you. 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 Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Right.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Friends, it's time now to move into my personal favorite section, which is called Ask TG, and it's for a reason, क्योंकि आप मुझसे सवाल पूछते हैं and I get back to you with full details on all your questions. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode. You know, it's very easy, it's very convenient, and अगर आपके पास में दो अलग-अलग phones हैं, essentially I carry two phones और मैं यही करता हूँ, so that both my WhatsApp accounts are on both the phones, which is very simple.
Hello and welcome to NDTV World's rolling coverage of the UK elections. I'm Gauri Dwivedi, and as things stand right now, Rishi Sunak may have won his seat, but he has, of course, conceded defeat to Keir Starmer, the leader of the Labour Party, set to be the next Prime Minister of UK. On your screens are the latest numbers that are coming in comfortably above the 350 mark that you can see on your screens. Labour Party at 368 right now. Conservatives have still not touched the 3-digit mark. They are still at 90 as we speak. Others could be the really other story as far as UK is concerned. You can see 79 is what the Greens and some of the other parties adding up to ends up becoming. So that's the picture on your screens. Not a pretty picture for Rishi Sunak. It was a somber night for him, and he has every reason to then introspect. But well, the star of the night is Keir Starmer, and that's where the all action is going to be. And in fact, let me get in John, who's joining us from UK to give us a sense of how things stand right now. Well, the victorious speech has already been heard. Rishi Sunak has also conceded defeat. You've heard that as well. But what happens next? 14 years, 5 prime ministers later, Tories are staring at their worst defeat in the last 200 years. And Labour Party, what I heard again and again from Starmer was, this is a different party. This is a different Labour Party that you're seeing now. How different will the next 5 years be for UK is really the story now. John.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. And I think it will be a very different next 5 years for the UK. I mean, the UK for the last 14 years has had some form of conservative government. So the fact that it is moving away from that back to the more left-leaning Labour Party, well, then, of course, that's going to have a big impact as well. The Labour Party, in their manifesto, as they were campaigning, they were careful not to over-promise in terms of what they could deliver. They know they have a very big challenge when it comes to the economy. It is still struggling, so they were careful not to over-promise too much when it came to public spending or boosting public services. So there is no magic bullet, has been very much the word from the Labour Party. So we expect that to continue. The fact that they are still facing up to just how difficult things are going to be, but they have promised that things will get better. So the Labour Party now have this difficult balancing act between not over-promising, but actually managing to deliver on what they have said they can do in their manifesto. So I think it's a very different UK that people are waking up to this morning, and certainly it's one where there has been a Labour landslide, so we can expect their policies to be enacted upon and start to see those from the next few days when they form a government.
Absolutely, and we're going to come to how this impacts India in just a bit. Why is it that the next set of India-UK relations could be completely different going forward under Starmer's leadership? But before that, John, I want to ask you this, that there's a massive landslide that has really drowned any Tory chances, really. So what does this mean in terms of getting some of the bills passed? Would that mean that Labour would have it easy? Some of the low-hanging fruits would probably get passed earlier, even as some of the difficult legislation, of course, would require some back and forth. But does this mean that policy making would probably be faster under Starmer?
Yeah, it certainly does. When you have a large majority, it means that you are able to pass the ideas that you believe in that maybe other people don't. But you're able to do that and claim the democratic right to do that because you have that large mandate. Because so many people have voted for you, the theory is that you should be allowed to get on and do what you've promised that you will do. Of course, there are some people, among the many conservative politicians in the build-up to the vote, who were saying it would be very bad news if Labour got this huge majority, because it means you don't have that effective opposition holding the government to account. But that is the situation we are in now. So yes, certainly, I think the Labour Party will be able to pass the policies that they like and really pass them quite easily when they get into this building behind me, into Parliament, and realise that they are in control and there is not anything that other people can do to stop them. So they will be delivering on the things that they've promised in their election manifesto, and we expect that to kick in the coming days. They will not waste any time. Labour are under no illusions about the scale of the challenges facing the UK at the moment.
Absolutely. And before we talk about the big things about how to go about running UK under Starmer's leadership, talk to us about the next steps that will happen through the early morning hours in UK. What happens next in terms of the process?
Well, we have this slightly archaic system where Rishi Sunak has to go to the King to say that it's the end of his time in Downing Street as Prime Minister, and he has to say that Keir Starmer has got the mandate to form the next government. Keir Starmer then goes to the King and says, that he's won the election and the King signs the piece of paper. It's all very ceremonial. The King, of course, has no powers to change his mind about any of this. The King is just doing the will of the people and signing a piece of paper, basically, is how it was explained to me. So I think we do have these sort of archaic is one word for it, or these very well-defined traditions would be another way of looking at it, and that's what's going to be happen.
Right. It's 10 o'clock right now in India. How do you think about 4 hours from now or 5 hours from now you'll have Keir Starmer being in 10 Downing Street? Could it take longer? We're just asking from the next steps point of view. As I said, the difficult part of running UK will take time, but the next steps in terms of what all is likely to happen today, given that it's been a dramatic day for Labour and Tories, what could be the next set in terms of procedure? I'm going to come to you, Lord Desai, in just a bit. I just want to get this from John first. Yeah.
Yeah, so in terms of the timescale of all of that, yes, Keir Starmer will be in Downing Street later today. We heard from Rishi Sunak when he gave his speech when he won his seat up in North Yorkshire. He is then heading back down to London. I would imagine he's flying down in order to get down here quickly. So he'll be in London probably in the next half an hour to an hour. So yes, by mid-morning, I would imagine that we're going to see a changing of the guard in terms of 10 Downing Street. And then you would imagine there'll be a speech from Keir Starmer, and then they'll be very keen to give the impression that they're getting straight down to work, and we'll hear some of his cabinet appointments. And then, of course, Keir Starmer, one of his first orders of business, he's got to go straight off to Washington, D.C. next week to go to the big NATO meeting that's happening there. So he's got big challenges at home and abroad.
Absolutely, and we're going to keep coming back to you, John, because there's a lot that Keir Starmer will have to take care of the moment he takes on as the next Prime Minister of UK. We're going to keep coming back to you. It's a big day in UK, and as things proceed, we're going to get all those details right here for our viewers on NDTV World, as I said. Now, let me get in some of our guests who are with me here in the studio. Lord Meghnad Desai and Manju Seth, former diplomat, with me here in the studio. And we also have Naresh Kaushik, senior journalist, joining me on this broadcast. Thank you so much to all of you for joining us on this what is turning out to be a very historic day in UK politics for all the wrong reasons when it comes to Rishi Sunak, for all the right reasons when it comes to Keir Starmer. Lord Desai, let me start with you. It's been 200 years that Rishi Sunak is breaking a record that he would have never wanted to. And we're going to come to the fact that what should be the next step as far as Tories are concerned. But, well, it is all about the victorious leader right now. And we're going to talk first about Keir Starmer, what it means for India-UK relations under him. First up, your first thoughts on the kind of victory that was, a lot of it was expected, but what next in terms of how India should be reading Starmer's entry into 10 Downing Street? Lord Desai. You want to start, sir? Lord Desai? Yes.
Yeah. You know, British Prime Ministers have a very peculiar problem. First of all, Rishi Sunak could have to move all his furniture out, because Downing Street doesn't provide furniture for the Prime Minister. You have to bring your own furniture.
Okay, so that'll delay the entry and exit by a couple of hours. But beyond that, beyond the logistics of moving in and out of that 10 Downing Street.
It's very peculiar that unlike in India, where the Prime Minister has about 3 houses, this is a flat at the top of 10 Downing Street. He has to clear, and poor Keir Starmer will have to bring his own furniture. So anyway, and then the Keir Starmer's first job is to sign all the nuclear codes.
Right, yes, in the event, yes.
But I think Keir Starmer's biggest problem is going to be that there are so many Labour MPs that, you know, about 100 of them are going to be the opposition, much more than the Conservative opposition. I think the Conservatives, having got more than 100, they have almost saved their face. At one stage it looked like they would have. But what's happened is the Reform Party has taken votes away from the Conservatives, but not won seats. So Reform has been very damaging to the Conservative Party, whereas the Labour Party has got a lot of seats from Scotland.
Right.
And the Scottish National Party has lost a lot of seats in Scotland. So in a sense, the Labour Party has defeated two other parties, Conservative Party and the Scottish National Party. And that is a great advantage, because now the Scottish independence referendum will not happen.
Yes,
because
that's a very important point, and I want to quickly tell this to our viewers that those of our viewers joining in right now, understanding we are trying to decode UK politics and its larger impact on India. What Lord Desai said right now is a very important point, that there was a far-right party that came in and it took away a lot of the Tories' vote share. It may not have translated into large number of seats, but it took away a lot of the vote share, and that has also played on in terms of the final tally that is coming out right now. Last we checked, Tories haven't been able to touch the 3-digit mark. As Lord Desai said, it's not just because it was a direct contest between Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer. Some of the other factors, like the far-right party, also had an impact. And that's why it's important for our viewers to also have that kind of a nuanced understanding of the election results that are coming in. Ma'am, let me ask you on this, that as things stand right now, irrespective of the final tally, Rishi Sunak has conceded defeat. Keir Starmer is set to have a record majority under his belt as he goes to the British Parliament. What do you think should be the first kind of decisions that India should be looking forward to from an UK-India point of view under Starmer's prime ministership?
Under Starmer's prime ministership, I don't think there will be a major shift from what is the ongoing state of the relationship. At the most, there might be some more tougher negotiations with regard to movement of people, which is an important aspect of our bilateral FTA negotiations that are ongoing. And for investments and our defense cooperation, there might be some more tougher negotiations, but I don't think the Labour Party or under Keir Starmer is going to, or Keir Starmer as the head of the Labour Party will dramatically alter the India relationship.
I'll tell you why I asked you this, ma'am. The fact is, even the victory speech that Keir Starmer gave right now, he said this is a different Labour Party. This is a different Labour Party. Of course, this is a Labour Party post Jeremy Corbyn, right? Who, by the way, has also won as an independent.
Yes.
But this is a Labour Party that has cleansed some of the Corbyn elements that existed within it. And with that, it has got this kind of a historic mandate. So that's the reason I said, what next now from a UK-India point of view? Are they now more centrist in their approach? Will that reflect in how they approach their ties with India going forward?
Absolutely, a centrist and a pragmatic approach. They will, because as you would have read about Keir Starmer saying that India is an important country for us, despite our historical baggage or historical ties or whatever the past is. We will look at India as a partner, and we will enhance our partnership and our relationship with them. And as you said, it is a changed Labour Party, and they will look at negotiating a free trade win-win, mutually win-win FTA agreement. Yeah. And they will go ahead and further enhance defense ties, trade ties. And I feel that also because, manpower will be, and they do require manpower, and especially in the health sector. Already a lot of Indian and Indian origin people are working in the health sector in the NHS. So I think many more will be going or will be required to go from India, because he has said that he will increase the number of people in the hospitals and hire more from outside if required. So I think he will look at India as an important partner and will strengthen this relationship further.
Okay, Naresh Kaushik, let me bring you in now. In terms of the UK-India ties, as Manju Seth said here, that because of a more centrist approach that Starmer will now have in terms of looking at India ties, some of the movements, some of the issues that have been stuck for some time could see positive change and positive movement. That, of course, means immigration being one of the key areas. And we're going to come to education in just a bit, but let's handle them one by one.
Well, first of all, it's the new dawn in Britain. People are waking up to a new government led by Keir Starmer of Labour Party. So as far as India is concerned, historically, if you see, it was Labour government when India got independent. So the Tory party didn't give India independence. But in modern history, if you say in the last 20, 30 years, conservative parties have been more friendly to India than the Labour Party. And the reason is the Labour Party has a very, very strong, as they use the term, vote banks in India. So Pakistani origin people are very powerful in Lord Desai's Labour Party. And it has been the case that under Tory party in recent years, the India-UK relations have improved much. But having said that, there are still more Indian people of Indian origin who still vote for Labour Party, although in the last 10 years or so, more Indians have been voting for the Conservatives. So the first thing which we'll see is, from Britain's perspective, the India trade deal. And that is very important for Britain, because after Brexit, India has been one of the target countries for Britain to have an independent trade deals. Brexiteers have been saying that, look, it is because of our Europe handicap, we are not able to have deals. We have to go through EU, and now we can have our deals. And as you know, India has also been keen to have this deal, but India has its own interest. So in the last few months, to have this deal done, but it didn't happen. But now Sunak has come with a landslide. So this is now going to be the main priority as far as the foreign policy is concerned, because India is a big market. India is also an emerging power. So despite the lobbies of Pakistanis in this Labour government, relations with India are going to be good. They're going to be smoother. There will be lobbying, but I don't think that is going to make much difference. And Keir Starmer is a pragmatist. He always he understands that India is an important power. So as far as India is concerned, this is going to be the priority for him as well.
Absolutely.
You see, this is quite. Just let me finish.
Sure.
In Europe, these elections have defied a trend. Europe is going towards the far right in the European elections. And now we have 6 European governments with a far right government. And Labour Party, which is basically a left of center party, it has defied that trend. And now in Britain, we have a left-wing government.
Absolutely. That's an important point, and I was going to come to just that. Lord Desai, I'm coming to you on that there is no monolith as far as the South Asian diaspora vote is concerned. And nobody has to do that balancing act more than the Labour Party, because of the fact that there are very loud, sometimes rabid elements within this diaspora. We saw the Khalistani elements, we saw, of course, the Pakistani elements, and all of that had an impact when there were attacks on the Indian embassy in the past, in the last couple of years. So you're right about saying the fact that these elements will become a significant part of the domestic handling that Labour Party has to do. Stay with us. I'm going to get Lord Desai on this. Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, no, I think I think Labour Party is not going to be as friendly to India as the Conservative Party was. Partly because this time the Muslim vote was going to go against Labour Party, but it has stayed with the Labour Party. And secondly, you have to realize Labour Party read Guardian, they don't read Telegraph. And they'll be critical of anything which happens in India regarding minorities and human rights and so on. They are not in sympathy with Hindu nationalism. So I think India will have to not take UK for granted.
Yes.
India will have to be subtle in. I think negotiations will go on, but I think India should not take UK for granted.
Lord Desai, I would like to say the same thing, that UK should not take India for granted, given how its own domestic struggles are right now. And Starmer walking in is going in with his hands tied to the back, given the state of the economy. But I take your point about the fact that domestic concerns are there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Those are live screens and live shots coming in on your screens. That is Larry the cat waiting for the next incumbent to come in on 10 Downing Street. There you can see Larry the cat patiently waiting that who is going to now come in and be the new master for the cat for the next 5 years. I would actually stick my neck out and say 10 years. And the reason for that is this kind of a landslide victory doesn't go away in just a couple of years. It will also require Tories to do a fair bit of introspection and come back. And it's unlikely, can't be ruled out, but unlikely that you bounce back from such a strong defeat in just 4 years. So you're looking at probably a decade of Labour rule in UK. Yes, Lord Desai.
I think Labour is safe for at least 2 terms.
Yeah.
Like New Labour was, Starmer is safe for 2 terms. And he has a lot to do. So there's going to be hard work because the UK is in a very bad state. India is a prosperous country, UK is not. So Labour will have to try very hard to restore the UK economy to where it used to be.
Absolutely. And a quick 30 seconds comment, Naresh, let me get from you and on this. Quick 30 seconds, please.
Yes. You see, the Labour Party, although it has got a landslide, but it is not as big a victory as people were predicting. The exit polls have been predicting. So basically, it's the more of the Tory party's defeat than the Labour Party's victory. So it's closer to 1997 Tony Blair. Victory of Labour Party. Actually, Tony Blair's margin was more than what Keir Starmer is going to have. So this is something which we have to bear in mind. And also, I'm not sure that the Tory party may not come back next time. I think it may, because like BJP in India, Conservative Party here is quite a formidable election machine. And they have won more elections than any other party in the last 125 years. So it's only be the 7th Labour government, Labour Prime Minister Keir Starmer. So whereas many times more for the Tories. Okay. So you can't really rule out Tories coming back to power soon.
Absolutely. Thanks much, Naresh Kaushik, for speaking to us and sharing your thoughts. I agree with you on the fact that this is an anti-Tory vote more than a pro-Labour vote. And that complicates how legislation will be for Starmer because, as I said, he walks into 10 Downing Street with finances that are going to make any of those promises very difficult to implement. Lord Desai and then Manju, I'll get you also on it. Quickly, sir.
I think, Labour has been very friendly to business, promising no tax rises, but they'll have to abandon all that. Because the challenge of financing the recovery in the UK economy is a huge problem. They will have to find the money somewhere. And I think whatever Rachel Reeves may say now, she will have to find new taxation to restore those things. So I think Labour will have a difficult time, but it will have 10 years to do the job. Is as big as Attlee had.
On the taxation bit, taxes are, just to tell our viewers, taxes in UK are at a 70-year high. So I don't know how much of tax increase Starmer can really do. Debt is also at a record high. So if you don't increase the taxes, how do you go about paying the debt? And how do you go about fixing some of the broken systems like NHS and others? So as I said, Starmer has some tough decisions to really take. But Manjuji, yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Absolutely. I don't know. I also agree with Mr. Kaushik that maybe, the Tories might come back because this is an anti-Tory vote.
Yes.
And if they sort of energize themselves and learn from this, their experience, they might come back in 5 years. But at the same time, for Keir Starmer, he has to be very practical in his approach. And, the exit from the EU has also given them, they've lost the single market. And so they have to look for additional markets. They have to look for additional sources and supply sources. And there was also talk of moving away from China, from the dependency on China. So all this is happening. And it'll be very difficult for the Labour Party or for Keir Starmer to radically change or radically increase the taxes and the current tax structure. Otherwise, he's going to, alienate a lot more people. So it's going to be very difficult finding all the money for all what he wants to do. And already the economy is in doldrums, so he needs to re-energize it and get rid of the inflation.
And in fact, let's ask this to Lord Joe Johnson, who's joining us on the broadcast. Thank you so much, Lord Johnson, for speaking to NDTV and NDTV World.
Morning.
It's been a somber night for you, but talk to us about the thoughts that are going in right now within the Tories right now in terms of where do they go from here? What could be the possible next steps to revive, revamp and re-energize the party?
Well, it depends on who's left in Parliament when the dust settles on this election. The night has been very tough for the Conservative Party, as you say. It looks like being the party's worst performance for many decades. And we can safely say that. And the party will be severely reduced in numbers, potentially to around 131 seats if the exit poll prediction is correct, from well over 300. So a huge loss of personnel in Parliament for the Conservative parties. And it's from that group of MPs that the new leader will eventually be installed once Rishi Sunak has commenced a leadership contest within the party. So a lot depends on who's still left in the frame. Clearly there are some people who may have ambitions to put themselves forward, who we know are back in Parliament. But it's going to be a battle for the identity and a battle for the direction of the Conservative Party that now takes place over coming weeks.
Absolutely. And as the results poured in, some of them, most of these results are in line with what the exit poll numbers said. But were there some in the Tory camp who were still hoping against hope that when Rishi Sunak announced these elections, he had some game plan and that was going to see and that would feature in those results?
Rishi Sunak's game plan, whatever it was, can't have been to result in this general election picture that we have this morning. This has been the worst campaign in British political history conducted by Rishi Sunak. So he bears a significant responsibility for what has happened. And this is a catastrophic rout for the Conservative Party, be in no doubt about that.
Absolutely. And I think he did take that responsibility in that speech. But what, according to you, were the main reasons for the defeat being the way it was? Much worse than what any would have imagined. What would you think the three factors were?
Well, the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, former Prime Minister, I should now say, made the #1 campaign promise to stop the boats. So he raised the salience of an issue to which he didn't have an answer. So in political terms, that was an appalling strategy because he said repeatedly, we will stop the boats, we will stop the boats, we will stop the boats. And yet he didn't appear to have any real policy that would actually deliver on that commitment. And that became immediately apparent when the Rwanda policy, which he was pursuing, started to crumble within his fingers. So that's the first rule of politics. Don't raise the salience of an issue to which you don't have an answer. So he essentially tried to become reform light, Reform being the party that has emerged under the leadership of Nigel Farage, that focuses almost exclusively on immigration issues and other related issues, cultural issues, and became a sort of a reform light party. And that has spectacularly failed as a political gambit, underscoring that what really matters if you want to be a national party is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was in the 1950s when Britain was a very different kind of country.
Absolutely. And Lord Johnson, I'm sitting here in New Delhi, and what is going in my mind right now and all our viewers is that what does Starmer's entry mean for India? What should we brace ourselves for? Or what is it that we should now be pleasantly surprised and await in terms of Starmer's view, policy and direction for India?
Well, we need to wait for Keir Starmer to form his government. and to choose the foreign policy team. Obviously, we have a shadow foreign secretary at the moment in the form of David Lammy, who's extremely experienced and has been making a lot of effort in the India relationship. You'll have noticed that the Labour Party manifesto did not sort of revisit many of the old themes that previous Labour governments have emphasised in their relations with India, including, for example, the issue of Kashmir and so on. Keir Starmer, in his campaign, has made a concerted effort to reach out to the Hindu vote in the UK, visiting the Swaminarayan Temple in Kingsbury, and promising to protect the interest of British Hindus during his campaign. So he is making an effort on that score. At the same time, he can't ignore other minorities in the UK, including the Pakistani and other Muslim diasporas in the UK, who represent, 1.2 million voters. And it's worth noting that several independent members of Parliament close to those communities have successfully defeated Labour candidates overnight and are now represented in the UK Parliament. So he can't be ignoring those issues.
You're right about that. And Jeremy Corbyn being one of them, he has won on an independent plank. And he is now, yes, you're right, that he's been a strong votary of some of those constituencies and some of those thoughts that India and the Hindu community have been very vociferously opposed to.
Yeah, and I think it's crucial to understand that those MPs, and indeed Labour MPs who represent large Muslim communities in their constituencies, will feel that it's entirely appropriate for them to be vocal advocates of those communities and their interests in Parliament. And India should not confuse their doing that with positions of the government itself. It's a key part of our democracy that MPs represent their constituents of all shapes and sizes and do so entirely freely. And this doesn't mean that this is a UK government position, but simply MPs representing their interests in Parliament in a free democracy. And that's a really important part of our system. And it's often a source of misunderstanding between the UK and India. But it's vital that everyone understands that this is MPs doing their job, representing their constituents, rather than necessarily being government policy.
Okay. Let's see how that plays out in the next couple of months and couple of years. But I want to ask you this, that will that have an overhang on Starmer's economic and foreign policies towards India? Do you see that having an overhang?
No, I mean, the UK and India have been pursuing a trade agreement over the past 3 or 4 years. This, has been making steady progress. And I imagine that, a re-elected Prime Minister Modi in India, the new Prime Minister Keir Starmer in the UK, will at the right moment for both countries resume those conversations. There is a deal. It's not a massively beneficial deal in terms of what it does for the UK economy, but there is a trade deal to be done at some point. And I'm sure those conversations will resume when it's mutually convenient for both sides.
Absolutely. And final question to you, Lord Johnson, is that from here on, as the next change in leadership takes place in UK and some of these difficult questions get ironed out as well, in the next 3 to 4 years, do you see how do you see the Tories reviving themselves to put up some sort of a leadership contest going forward?
Well, that's a really good question. I mean, we're waiting to see how that plays out here in London today. There have always been different traditions within the Conservative Party in the UK, a free market tradition versus a more interventionist, big state tradition. There's been sort of previously big divisions between those groups who are more anti-European and pro-European. So, the battle for the future of the Conservative Party, I'm afraid, continues. This is a rather inward-looking battle that is not of massive interest to the country at large, and it prevents the party from sending out a clear message to the country about how it's going to help bring the country forward and take advantage of many of the great opportunities that are out there for the UK. But unfortunately, it does continue again for the time being.
As we speak, the latest numbers that are coming in is that it's 389 for Labour. It's pretty much in kissing distance of getting to that 400 mark, something that Tories would have never wanted Starmer to achieve. But that's what it looks like, making those decisions more tougher, but also more immediate.
Yes, it's a very big majority and a testament to the very disciplined campaign that Keir Starmer's Labour Party ran during this election, and also highlights the weakness of the Conservative offer to the country, fueled by infighting, a very sloppy campaign, possibly one of the worst in British political history. And inevitably, after 14 years of government, the country was already crying out for change, and the appalling campaign certainly didn't help the Conservatives sustain a strong representation in Parliament.
What worked for Labour, Lord Johnson? What worked for them the best to get the kind of numbers that we are talking?
Well, I mean, first of all, just the natural time and tide of change. You know, after 14 years in office, and the Conservatives, had started to become very inward focused on their own divisions. These were not the best advertisement of what the country could, for what the party could do for the country. Labour had a new leader in Keir Starmer, who has been very disciplined in reshaping the Labour Party, in very disciplined in terms of its messaging, in terms of making promises that he can deliver. So focusing on a very narrow set of messages, and that has resulted in this extraordinary win tonight.
It indeed has. Final question, as I let you go, sir, which is that several analysts and experts feel, in fact, Lord Desai here in the studio also agrees, that we could be looking at a decade of Labour rule simply because it looks unlikely that Tories would be able to recover from this kind of a massive defeat.
Well, look, we've heard all that before on previous elections. So, we are entering what seems to be a much more volatile period of politics, not just in the UK, but globally, where big shifts can happen most unexpectedly against all the odds and against all the predictions. So, of course, this is a big majority, but I don't think anybody should take the voters for granted anywhere these days.
All right, Lord Johnson, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. And let's wait for the next steps that the Tories will take from here on after these sombering numbers. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, Lord Desai, let me come back to you, sir. And I'm going to get Professor Shruti Kapila as well in just a bit. The Faculty of History at the University of Cambridge in just a bit, sir. But you heard what Lord Johnson said in terms of introspection is needed, but at the same time, it may not take us so long. And at the same time, the most important thing he also mentioned was that, there could be voices of dissent within the Labour Party that could be loud and clear that India will just have to now work its way around. Yeah. Sir, your thoughts on that? Lord Desai?
Yeah, I think the Conservative Party will first of all have to go to a new generation of leadership, because the right wing has really ruined the Conservative Party. And someone like Tom Tugendhat, who's a young MP, I think he would be a good leader if he tries, because it has gone too far to the right, too far like the Reform Party. It has to come back to the centre, and it has got to restore people's faith in the Conservative Party. I mean, I'm not a Conservative, but we need a good opposition party in the UK. Party will have a hard time doing that. So I think it's about time the Conservative Party forgot its old quarrels about Brexit and immigration and all that, and got back to doing something about the country itself. They can't just go on surviving on tax cuts.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely. I think the Tories will do a lot of introspection and reassess their whole approach, especially the approach that they followed. And as mentioned by Lord Johnson also, their campaigning and the issues that they focused on were maybe not did not resonate with the people and with the voters. So I think they need to reassess their whole approach. They need to revive the party and maybe even, rethink their whole approach to being, to getting back and making themselves relevant again. And of course, the anti-incumbency factor was very much at play. And also, and if you saw, the previous, Liz Truss, how she was, the Prime Minister only for a few days, and all these things that have been happening, Boris Johnson's Partygate, all those issues, I think, were factors in disillusionment with the Tories and how they had been functioning and how they had been, even governance issues sometimes they were not absolutely focused on. So I think the voters wanted change. They said, even if there was, as mentioned before, it was an anti-Tory vote, not so much of a pro-Labour vote. But they wanted to give a chance to the Labour Party to see if they would be able to fix things. And if that happens, then I think they might have another 5 years. But otherwise, the Tories, if they get their act together, they might be back in the next 5 years. It remains an open question.
So it was a fed-up vote, really. It was
many ways,
voters being fed up with Tories.
Absolutely.
Okay. So Shruti Kapila, Professor of History at Cambridge University, also joins us on this. Ma'am, as we decode these UK election results that are coming in, the impact that it has on India, we've talked about the impact it will have on India's possibly impacting us on an economic level, also on a foreign policy level. But the question I want to ask you, ma'am, is that on the level that matters most probably is to the students who want to go to UK. The last couple of years have been a lot of back and forth policy, lack of clarity on that, uncertainty around what happens to the graduate visa program and several others. University deposits are 60% down, ma'am, because of the kind of back and forth. Do you see that now moving forward? Do you see that there will be clarity and Indian students, their families, will set to really now have a certain path when it comes to UK university program?
Thank you. I think the university sector is under great siege, and this is not simply about Indian students. It is the one sector in Britain's kind of policy area which received actually only negative investment from the Tories for the last decade plus. Even if you look at COVID, when Rishi Sunak actually made handouts and made special sort of concessions to all industries, it was the university sector which was left out. So I think first and foremost, to set it in context, the question of Indian students is not alone or separate from what is going on with the university sector in Britain. Secondly, I think the immigration question has become a central question, and for that too, I think it's interesting that you had Lord Johnson here, and it was his private member's bill which undid the negative, as it were, the first negative legislations around it, brought in by actually Theresa May, which even stopped, senior faculty to visit and give lectures. I think that, so all this to say that the Indian student problem is not a standalone problem. It will require a joined up thinking about what the future of the UK university system is going to be, given that there's been an absolute degradation of that now for over a decade. And yes, of course, the Indian government and Indian representatives are arguing hard on this as part of the FTA agreement. But it would be, as I said, a mistake to de-link it from what is going on, given that the university sector is one of the massive flagship sectors of Britain's, as it were, global image, but also its output in the world.
Absolutely.
So we, as a university academic, we are all very much looking forward to a new set of policies, whether they concern tuition fees for undergraduates, whether they concern, as it were, mobility, global mobility for students, faculty, but also research funding, because let's not forget what Brexit has done to the university sector is actually the kicking out of more than a third of Research Council money that used to come from Europe, and there is a renegotiation going on. So I think I know that this we are speaking on NDTV, and this is about Indian students, but I don't think you can actually separate the question of Indian students out of what is going on with the larger crisis in the British university system.
Indeed. And another statistic that really caught my eye, and I'm going to come back to that in just a bit, which is that 25% of MBA students bring their dependents, their families with them. And with the changes that came under the previous government, 25%, a quarter of those candidates were reviewing whether to go to UK universities or go elsewhere. That's a very important number, and that tells the impact that these changes have had. I'm going to come to that, but I want to first bring in some of the statistics. Well, election results are all about statistics. Starmer has bettered Tony Blair's record of 1997, and we've got to play those numbers to tell exactly to our viewers that just how big this victory is for Starmer. 1997, a young Tony Blair had come and he dismantled the Tories then, but it seems that Starmer has dismantled some of Tony Blair's records. Take a look.
What this is showing you here, OK, so this line is showing you how Tony Blair did in 1997 in terms of just the sheer number of votes, OK? So these are millions of votes. And as the count happened in 1997, you saw the line go up like this. Let's compare that line, so Tony Blair and how many people voted for Tony Blair back in 1997 with Keir Starmer this time around. Look at Keir Starmer. Just look at that. Look at how much lower the total number of votes for the Labour Party is this time, and yet the Labour Party looks like they are on course for a similar kind of majority as the one enjoyed by Tony Blair. And that tells you so much, doesn't it? It tells you so much about the nature of the two-party system. It tells you so much about the efficiency with which Labour is able to win seats right now with relatively low shares of the vote.
It indeed is a very significant number, and the landslide victory that Labour has come back with and Starmer has come back with. Lord Desai, would you like to add to those numbers?
Well, you know, one has to pay this tribute to Starmer. He doesn't have Tony Blair's charisma. He doesn't have Tony Blair's newness. He hasn't promised new Labour or anything like that. He's just stuck to the Labour's values, and he has convinced the country that he is a responsible person. He has done it without changing the philosophy of the Labour Party. And that's a great achievement.
Yes, indeed. Professor Kapila, you want to come in on the fact that how the campaign that Starmer ran didn't have the kind of charisma. He's not as young as Tony Blair was when he took on the Tories, but he's bettered some of their records.
Yes, I mean, I want to say a couple of things. First, yes, it is realism which has won out. That the fact that it was an anti-charismatic figure, but someone who was actually going to take the work of policy and governance quite seriously has been part of Starmer's appeal. I mean, he was repeatedly been seen as a very boring candidate, but what has come through is that actually the British public now wants someone quite boring to do the hard graft of government, and which we haven't seen. We've just seen an absolutely operatic high political drama with so many prime ministers coming and going, the front bench being not stable for years. So I think people are, but I think the greatest achievement, which is actually goes behind Starmer's victory, is that he's avoided a civil war in his party. Now we're going to see not just a soap opera, but we're now going to see a major actually civil war in the Tory party for the future direction of it. And Starmer's victory is in part. Let's go back to 2019 when the Labour Party was led by Jeremy Corbyn, which has taken it to a kind of very popular left politics, which of course resulted in the greatest defeat for the Labour Party 5 years ago. And for him to actually kind of, keep his, as it were, powder dry, but to kind of sail that ship for the party. And I think in his victory speech, he has said that actually it is the result of actually the party reform that has led to this victory, and that it has been hard won. So I don't think it's just an emotional reaction against the Tories, but there has been a lot of hard work and a lot of judgment that has gone behind to keep, as it were, the Labour ship together. And taken some extremely difficult decisions, politically risky decisions, whether it was on Gaza, whatever one might feel about it. So yes, I think you have to give him credit. That's a different style of leadership, but it is leadership.
I think it was about putting a huge contrast to Rishi Sunak. He was, he comes across as a working class person. He's risen up the ranks, and he keeps narrating that time and again to try and draw a huge contrast to Rishi Sunak, who of course had a different background, and that was pointed out again and again in the Labour campaign. And yes, it was not charisma, it was not youth, but this contrast that really worked for Labour. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I mean, of course. I mean, of course, it's also, this has been emotive precisely because the public infrastructure in Britain is nearly collapsing, whether it's the railways, whether it's the National Health Services, or whether it's the university system, to say nothing of schools and so on. So I think this is not simply about a class issue, about, two kinds of prime ministers, one, but it's also about who has therefore more of an interest in keeping alive the public sector infrastructure. And I think in that case, Starmer looks like a winner.
He does. He does on every parameter, on every matrix. And just one quick data point before we slip into a short break, which is that I wanted to say that in 1979, of course, is when, the whole Thatcher wave came and took over Britain. 45 years later, you have Starmer. The average age in UK is about 42. So in the last 4 decades, there hasn't been a leader that has had the kind of numbers that Starmer has. They haven't seen it. It was last Thatcher, and now it is in Starmer's time. It's been 45 years. As I said, the average age is 42 in UK, much higher than what it is in India, and has ramifications for Starmer's prime ministership as well. But that just tells you that there hasn't been a storm like Starmer in the last 45 years. That's what it is. Slipping into a very short break, coming back with lots more. As I said, rolling coverage of UK elections right here on NDTV. Stay with us.
तो बेसिकली अगर आप एंड्रॉयड यूज करते हैं या आईफोन यूज करते हैं, डजंट मैटर, आपको दोनों ही ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम्स में बहुत इजी ऑप्शन मिल जाता है जहां पे यू कैन गो टू द सेटिंग्स एंड वहां से यू कैन म्यूट योर अननोन नंबर्स, या एंड्रॉयड में यू कैन ब्लॉक कॉल्स फ्रॉम अननोन नंबर्स. तो अगर कोई अननोन नंबर जो आपकी कॉन्टैक्ट लिस्ट में नहीं है ट्राइज टू कॉल यू, फोन वोंट रिंग, आप थोड़ा सा सुकून एंजॉय कर पाएंगे. फॉर अ फैक्ट आप ये काम व्हाट्सएप पे भी कर सकते हैं. यू कैन mute all your calls coming from unknown numbers. ये बहुत अच्छा तो है ही, but I would say it's also very important to avoid these scam calls, because sometimes it's just a normal spam, but sometimes it's scammers calling you, approaching you, just trying to take some money out of pocket. तो उससे बचने के लिए भी it's a nice way for us to avoid any unknown numbers. जैसे मैंने just अभी किया, मतलब I'll turn on the setting. You can do it too. It's a nice tip. Please share with all your friends. Moving next, because हम gadgets की बात कर ही रहे हैं, let's just go back to the most commonly used gadget that we all have in our pockets, the smartphone. और अगर हम इसको analyze करें तो आपको लगता होगा this is just a device to play games, watch some content, या phone पे बात कर लो या text कर लो. But you know what? There's a lot happening behind the scenes, because this small little device is packed with multiple sensors. हो सकता है आपने सुना होगा अबाउट एक्सेलरोमीटर या जायरोस्कोप की कैसे ये सेंसर्स काम करते हैं. जब आप अपनी गैलरी में किसी फोटो देखते जब फोन को रोटेट करते हैं तो फोटो रोटेट हो जाती है, ऑल थैंक्स टू एक्सेलरोमीटर. या फिर जैसे आप जब गेम्स खेलते हैं तो हाउ यू कैन यूज सम जेस्चर्स, ऑल थैंक्स टू जायरोस्कोप. बट इसके अलावा in a standard smartphone, normally we have from 15 to 20 different kinds of sensors working round the clock to make sure कि जो आपका experience है वो बहुत अच्छा हो जाए. I'll give you a few examples. For example, we have the proximity sensor. ये सेंसर स्क्रीन के ऊपर यहाँ लगा होता है एंड बेसिकली द आइडिया इज टू डिटेक्ट कि क्या आपका फोन आपके चेहरे के पास है या नहीं है. So when you pick up a call and put the phone next to your face, the screen goes dark. या फिर जब आपका फोन पॉकेट में होता है, the screen goes off and battery consume नहीं होती है. Second sensor is the ambient light sensor, जो कि आपके फोन में ऑटो ब्राइटनेस के लिए काम करता है बिकॉज इट एनालाइजेज व्हाट्स द एम्बियंट लाइट इज एंड उसके अकॉर्डिंग आपके स्क्रीन की ब्राइटनेस को एडजस्ट करता है. नेक्स्ट वी हैव बैरोमीटर. आपको लग रहा होगा बैरोमीटर का फोन में क्या काम है. You know what? It's all for the altitude and ये help करता है paired with GPS to give you a better accuracy and basically weather analysis के लिए भी काम में आता है. And finally एक और सेंसर के बारे में बात करते हैं which is the compass. Compass we all know because we all use navigation. So just to detect that which direction your phone is heading, compass काम आता है to give you the right navigation. And these are just कुछ सेंसर्स. इसके अलावा और बहुत सारे सेंसर्स हैं packed inside this tiny smartphone. Did you know this? If yes, then amazing. If no, then please let me know by writing at tg@ndtv.com. आपके पास में कुछ ऐसा अगर हिडन अपने गैजेट्स के बारे में कहानी है, I would love to hear all that.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Friends, it's time now to move into my personal favorite section which is called Ask TG and it's for a reason क्योंकि आप मुझसे सवाल पूछते हैं and I get back to you with full details on all your questions. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode. You know, it's very easy, it's very convenient and अगर आपके पास में दो अलग अलग phones हैं, essentially I carry 2 phones और मैं यही करता हूँ so that both my WhatsApp accounts are on both the phones, which is very simple. आप केवल you can utilize the option of linking a device and if you link another device to your main account, essentially you have same WhatsApp दो अलग अलग phones पे. मैं ये करता हूँ so that for example if I'm moving out and I don't want to carry both the phones, अगर मैं एक फ़ोन लेके बाहर जाता हूँ, it still has access to both my WhatsApp accounts. बड़ा easy है, you can use link a device feature, you can add an account, quite easy, quite useful and quite a lifesaver I would say कि अगर एक फ़ोन की बैटरी भी लो हो जाए, still that WhatsApp won't turn off.
Well, today we can see that the British people have voted to turn the page on 14 years. Labour have won the 2024 UK general election and are on their way towards a massive landslide, with the exit poll suggesting they will win 410 seats to the Tories' 131. But so far, it's certain that Britain's new Prime Minister will be 61-year-old human rights lawyer Keir Starmer, who has transformed his party's fortunes after 14 long years in the political wilderness. He will be appointed Prime Minister by King Charles III at Buckingham Palace later today. But Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has conceded Britain's general election after the Labour Party won a landslide victory. As results continue to come in, forecasts, they projected Labour would win the largest majority in the House of Commons since Tony Blair's time in office. My colleague Radhika Iyer has been tracking the latest developments for you. In fact, I'm told she's going to be joining us shortly. She's ready, I'm told. Radhika, 3 cabinet ministers have lost their seats. Grand Chefs, the Defence Secretary, the Justice Secretary, the Education Secretary. The Chief Whip has also lost his seat. It's been a terrible night for the Tories, safe to say, right?
Yes, terrible night indeed. Lost not just important seats, but lost all of Wales. The Conservatives have lost, the chief of the Conservative Scottish leader has lost in his constituency and given way to the SNP. So it has been quite terrible for Rishi Sunak and co. And now, of course, the Conservatives will be scouting for their next leader. But for Labour, it has been extremely a day of vindication, a day when they have felt that after 14 years of Conservative rule, they're ready now to take over. I'm quite confident that Keir Starmer had already made plans for who his cabinet ministers would be and how soon he can start these appointments. And like you rightly said, Parmeshwar, he will now meet with the king after Rishi Sunak formally resigns and then form the government by taking over at number 10 with his wife and 2 children. I'm going to go across to British Indians who have joined me early this morning. Good morning, guys. New era in Britain after 14 years. Shall we start with Nitesh?
Sure.
What's your first reaction?
First reaction, look, we knew what the result was going to be. Everyone knew that Labour Party was going to win. You heard Keir Starmer this morning. He said, country first, party second. And let's hope he means that. Some of his policies are still politicising education. They're still a bit old Labour. But let's hope that he actually delivers on his commitments, reforms public services, makes the country a better place.
Okay. When you say Labour, you mean left?
The left, yes.
Okay. Gautam.
Well, this wasn't a surprise. And we have had Labour giving us glorious time during the Tony Blair years. So I'm positive for the country as a whole. This is a new start. Yes, the Tories have made mistakes. I'm a Tory. We've made mistakes. But look, this is a mature democracy. We're going to have a very smooth handover of power. I think it's a positive for England.
Fantastic. And that's quite the spirit in which Rishi Sunak made his concede speech as well. A mature democracy, says Gautam. Hope Keir Starmer means that country comes first. It's going to be quite a diverse-looking parliament with a variety of voices, isn't it? If you notice, the reform representation is going to be there. I don't know how good that's going to be, but it's a far-right voice in a government which looks like it's going to be left-ish centre. And then there's going to be the Lib Dems who've done so very well. You both, are you first-time voter yourself? Yes. Okay, fantastic. I have with me a University of Political Science from a student from the University of Edinburgh. Political science is a major, and Rihanna, a first-time voter as well. Shall we go to the lady? Rihanna, your reaction and what is your hope for Britain and yourself as a British Indian voter?
Yeah.
And a student?
Yeah, I think, like you said, no surprise at all. When we were doing the research before, we kind of saw that Labour was in the lead already. And I think I'm excited to see what this new government has in store for us. I think it'd be really good if they could pay attention to and deal with the issues that have sort of been going on for quite a while now. So, for example, cost of living crisis and everything. I think, obviously, for us, it was a bit of a conflict. We have Rishi Sunak, who is a British Indian as well. Mm-hmm. So for him losing Prime Minister to someone who is British, then it was a little bit of conflict for me to decide who to vote for, whether I should stay loyal to, someone Indian or someone who, actually might make a change.
And did you choose change?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You?
I think, yes, tentative to begin with, not sure exactly what to expect, but I'm quite hopeful. I think some of the issues they want to crack down on, especially illegal immigration, and also some of the funding they want to allocate to public services, is quite crucial that they do that. Whether or not they can deliver some of the very optimistic targets they've set for themselves, I'm not sure. Only time will tell. I do think that there's some issues with politicizing education, and potentially adding that VAT might, in the long run, have more of a net negative impact than a net positive impact, based on some of the stuff I've read from the Institute of Fiscal Studies. So we can only see what happens, and we can't change the results.
Yes. Okay, thanks. Thanks very much for those initial reactions. Indeed, a sense of almost preparedness, really, for this result, because we've seen that through consecutive polls, exit polls that declared that the Labour was going to form the next government. Almost a sense of also excitement. There is going to be a stable government and that it is not chaotic. perhaps also diverse representation in the parliament. So with a variety of voices that we hear, my overall takeaway is that it's going to be a nice wait and watch to see what's going to happen next and what difference Keir Starmer can bring with his years of experience as a lawyer turned politician. But mind you, he joined the Labour at the age of 16, so quite someone who's a seasoned veteran leftist Labour, but has the right narrative to say, which is to bring centre progressive vision for the Labour Party over his narrative and leadership as the opposition leader.
Well, Radhika, I must also inform you and our viewers that the Labour Party has indeed crossed that 400 mark. They stand at 401 at the moment out of the 650 constituencies in the UK. Labour currently at 402. The Conservatives have breached the 100 mark. They stand at 108 as we speak at the moment. Scottish National Party up 3 seats from the last time we gave that update. They were at 4. They now stand at 7, while the others, including independents, stand at 98, short of that 100 mark. But Radhika, you know, many people, many in the British public say that there's something earnest about Keir Starmer. He has emphasized that as a collective, the British public have to return politics to public service, show that politics can actually be a force for good, adding that the fight for trust is the battle that defines us as our age. What have been the reactions to Starmer's victory speech and the initial reactions of now him taking over the keys of number 10?
Yes, let me get you those reactions just now. And he, of course, giving this victory speech was obviously a sense of preparation. And the fact that the Conservatives, let me start with you, almost gifted him the controversies, the scandals, the several crises that we've been in over years?
Yes, well, I don't know about gifting, but we've had COVID, we've had Brexit, we've had Boris, we've had a lot of things. Liz Truss. I hear she's coming third in her constituency, not even second. So we haven't gifted him anything. This is, the tide has changed. What are the positives? Positives are we are one of the few countries in the world, apart from India, who's going socialist. We're going left. The whole Europe is going right. So look, the UK does things first, and it's a leader in. It's a world leader. So hopefully this is a sign that we're going back to normal politics for the people. Yes, under Tories we've had a lot of volatility, but I think things should calm down. Politics should be behind us for the people. Here it was a great PR stunt for the last few years.
Okay, great PR stunt, which you can expect of a great politician. What do you make though of the person Keir Starmer?
I mean, we don't know Keir Starmer. I mean, we don't know if he's left, if he's right. The Labour Party has changed a lot in the last 10 years. We had Ed Miliband, we had Jeremy Corbyn, now we've got Keir Starmer. We don't actually know where he sits. We do know that he has said he's pro-business. He said that he's changed the party. He said that it's a new party for everyone. I'm not sure. Only time will tell.
And the business sector which you represent, what's the mood? What are businesses thinking? What kind of are you looking at what the India-UK foreign policy would look like, for instance, under Keir Starmer's leadership?
So the free trade agreement with India has had 14 rounds, yes. And let's hope that with Keir it doesn't have another 14. I think everyone on both sides wants it signed ASAP. Yes. So let's hope they get that done immediately.
Okay. Looking forward to quick decisions. The business fraternity quite looking forward. The person Keir Starmer, you said you chose change over someone who had a persona and a race which you relate to as a British Indian. Why? What appealed you about Keir Starmer and his sense of politics for his manifesto?
I think for me, I don't know Keir Starmer as an individual, obviously, but I think that when I was deciding who to vote for, I was really looking through the policies of each party and kind of seeing which party policies aligned most with my views and also what I wanted for the future of the UK. Obviously, with the Conservative Party, we've had them for the last 15 years, but through those 15 years, we've sort of seen that they had a lot of scandal, controversy, and then obviously, Brexit wasn't an amazing idea.
You didn't like Brexit?
No, I think it's just made our economy, I don't think it's been good for our economy.
It hurt us more than it benefited.
Yeah,
okay.
Definitely. So I think for me, I was really looking for making a change.
Making a change, yes. My last question to you. As first-time voters, what was going on in your mind? What was your mind space? Did you actually do research like an academician would do? Go through manifestos line by line?
I tried my best. I think as a PPE student, I felt like I had to and I should have done so. And I think one of the biggest issues in modern day democracies is that the younger generations aren't as well versed or educated on what the policies that these parties stand for actually mean and the impact they have on the economy. And that's something I hope that this government decides to further push in the curriculum, because if you look at some of the people my age, they don't understand. They read these articles saying that inflation is very high or that interest rates are not being cut for a long time, but they don't understand the implications for the economy and for themselves. Yeah. And that's a major issue. So I tried my best to read through as much as I could and make the most calculated, reasonable decision on what would be the best result. Yeah.
Okay, great. So policy and manifesto over ideology. Okay. There you go. These are the reactions, really. Keir Starmer as a person, plus the manifestos that were read through by younger generations and by first-time voters and businessmen, of course, looking forward to what Keir Starmer has to say, considering it's been quite a long wait. So I think what is reflecting, like it did in the vote share, is a huge sense of fatigue after 14 years of Conservative rule, scandal after scandal. And I'll hand back just now, Parmeshwar, because like any other day in London, we're under rain.
Radhika, honestly, I can't even tell that you've been up all night giving us these breaking news updates, but as always, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much for joining us with the latest from Ground Zero to get some shelter as well. I must inform you that some London analysts are arguing that with this Labour majority, it continues to really double down on that promise of economic stability, growth and wealth creation as far as the UK is concerned. We've got Ambassador Prabhu Dayal in the studio with us. Ambassador Dayal, your first thoughts. Keir Starmer's party has crossed that 400 mark. The exit polls projected it, but as far as the UK's new Prime Minister is concerned, what does it mean for UK-India ties?
Well, I think that India-UK ties will continue in the manner that they have been doing. I don't expect any changes in the relationship. If anything, I think the United Kingdom will work towards a closer relationship. And I think that there are some indications which have been given by Prime Minister-elect Mr. Keir Starmer. For instance, he has said that he would work towards a new strategic partnership with India.
Yes.
He has underlined the fact that one of his priorities in regard to India would be to work on the free trade agreement. And he has said that he wonders why this agreement has got delayed. So if he gives priority to this issue, I'm sure that we will have the free trade agreement in place. In addition, he has underlined that he seeks closer cooperation with India in terms of technology, climate change, and of course, a strategic partnership. He has underlined this aspect. And I think that this will play a very important role in the relations between the two sides. You know, there are some common concerns which the United Kingdom has with India. These concerns are shared. And one concern certainly is relating to supply chains.
Yes.
And the Chinese factor is considered by the United Kingdom as being an impediment in smooth supply chains. And therefore, they are also looking at the possibility of India becoming a substitute for China in certain areas, as indeed there are some other Western countries which have been thinking on these lines. So how the relationship shapes out will be determined by how much continuity there is between what has been perceived as the attitude of Keir Starmer and how he actually implements. But I think that the indications at the moment are good, in particular because he has distanced himself from the position that was taken by his predecessor, Corbyn, who used to be the leader of the Labour Party. You would recall that Corbyn had been pretty harsh in regard to Kashmir. He had said things which were very unpleasant, and these things had not gone down well with India.
Indeed.
And neither had they gone down well with the Indian origin UK nationals. In fact, very significantly, Keir Starmer had something to do with reaching out to the Indian origin British nationals, because he recently visited the Swaminarayan temple, and in fact that is where he launched his idea of a new strategic partnership with India. And we of course welcome him.
PM who says he's an atheist.
Well, significantly, yes, he may say whatever, but his visit to the temple was certainly his outreach to the Indian origin British community, and I think it went down well with them, and there are indications that there will be an effort to work with India in a variety of areas.
Right, Ambassador Dayal, we also have company on the broadcast with us. Pratik Ditani joins us live at the moment. Pratik, you think restoring political stability after years of Tory infighting could actually reinvigorate private investment in Britain under Keir Starmer's leadership?
Yeah, I think the biggest problem Britain has had over the last decade is a change in leadership very regularly. We've had 19 housing secretaries. We've had dozens of other ministers change throughout. The biggest change that Keir Starmer brings is stability and good governance over the next 5 years. If that's in place, Britain becomes a much more attractive proposition for the US, for Europe, and countries like India to do business with once more.
Well, many say that for Keir Starmer, this is going to be a grand wedding, but a very short-lived honeymoon. Can you take us through some of the challenges that lie straight up ahead for the Labour government?
Well, I think that this is what really doomed Rishi Sunak as well. The best day of his time in government was the day he got elected, and it was downhill after then, because he had insurmountable challenges which were on the economic front as well as the cultural front that he himself wasn't able to tackle. So Keir Starmer inherits the highest debt to GDP ratio Britain has had since the Second World War. He inherits a cost of living crisis. He inherits, for the first time, I've been in Britain for more than 20 years, and for the first time I can say that parts of the country look like a broken society. Things don't work, bin collections don't happen on time, there are more people sleeping on the streets, rough.
A crack crisis, less jobs, the list goes on.
Absolutely, absolutely. So these are things that one administration can't really solve. These are problems that have been created over the last decade, and they'll take at least a decade to solve, particularly the debt to GDP problem. And this has been caused actually largely by the previous Prime Minister, Liz Truss. Britain borrowed very heavily during COVID when interest rates were really cheap. They skyrocketed within the space of a few months. So actually Britain spends billions of pounds, about 40 billion pounds a year on debt interest that it didn't anticipate spending just 1.5 years ago.
But Pratik, you think a change of government will magically fill the black holes in the public finances in the next parliament, nor conjure up the thousands of additional medical staff needed for the NHS?
I think that the problem Labour has is that during the campaign, it's been very safe in what it's said. What it's not said is far more important, which is there will be economic pain for all citizens in the UK over the next 5 years. Taxes will have to rise. There are 5 million underemployed people in the UK that have elected to come out of the job market. They need to be encouraged back to work. The NHS is facing crisis. That needs to be fixed. And you can't have British people doing those jobs simply because there aren't enough British people to work in the NHS. Migration, particularly from India, from East Africa and elsewhere, has to be a key part of the solution. The problem there is, now that the far-right Reform Party has got a few MPs in Parliament, they have consistently said that we want to crack down on migration. illegal migration and legal migration, they've been mixed up in the public debate in Britain.
And many would say a
What Keir
moral
Starmer
panic
really
has
needs to
been
do-
created as far as asylum seekers, the word refugee is concerned, especially as far as the UK is concerned.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a real problem, I think, for British society. We are a liberal, a tolerant nation which welcomes people from across the world. In the last 4 years, we've had refugees from the Ukraine, from the Middle East, from Hong Kong as well, that have, not refugees, but migrants from Hong Kong once China has taken over there. So we're a very welcoming country. This kind of rhetoric is unhelpful for the cultural fabric of the UK. And this is something that Keir needs to fix.
Right. Also, Foreign Secretary David Cameron once had said that his time as Tory opposition leader was 5 years spent just banging his head against the wall. Now his party is braced to go through it all again, Ambassador Dayal?
Well, certainly there are major challenges which will have to be confronted. You referred to the NHS issue. That is something which is troubling the British people a lot. And that requires priority attention. Of course, the new Prime Minister-elect has said that he will give precedence to this issue. But it's not going to go away so easily. And as you said, this problem cannot be met only by what are the available manpower resources. And there will have to be a very close look at how the right kind of manpower could be imported. And certainly India is a country from where there is a possible availability of such resources. Now, at the same time, this migration issue has become a very big irritant. We all know about the Rwanda plan, where a lot of migrants who were there without proper documentation were planned to be shifted, relocated there. But I think the new Prime Minister has made it clear, the Prime Minister-elect, that he will shelve this Rwanda plan and that there will not be any action. But then the problem will still remain how to prevent these illegal migrants from coming over. They cross over through, from France, and there will have to be very strict policing. So I think some of these issues are going to be there. They have to be met. They have to be countered. And of course, closer cooperation with India. If it benefits Britain, if it benefits us, I think it will be very good for us and for everybody.
Starmer has said that his party is going to introduce a border security command. We also have with us senior journalist Vijay Rana. But before we go across to Mr. Rana, we're going to slip into a very quick break and be back with the latest in a moment.
तो बेसिकली अगर आप एंड्रॉयड यूज करते हैं या आईफोन यूज करते हैं, डजंट मैटर, आपको दोनों ही ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम्स में बहुत इजी ऑप्शन मिल जाता है जहां पे यू कैन गो टू द सेटिंग्स एंड वहां से यू कैन म्यूट योर अननोन नंबर्स, या एंड्रॉयड में यू कैन ब्लॉक कॉल्स फ्रॉम अननोन नंबर्स. तो अगर कोई अननोन नंबर जो आपकी कॉन्टैक्ट लिस्ट में नहीं है ट्राइज टू कॉल यू, फोन वोंट रिंग, आप थोड़ा सा सुकून एंजॉय कर पाएंगे. फॉर अ फैक्ट आप ये काम व्हाट्सएप पे भी कर सकते हैं. यू कैन यू नो mute all your calls coming from unknown numbers. ये बहुत अच्छा तो है ही, but I would say it's also very important to avoid these scam calls, because sometimes it's just a normal spam, but sometimes it's scammers calling you, you know, approaching you, just trying to take some money out of pocket. तो उससे बचने के लिए भी it's a nice way for us to avoid any unknown numbers. जैसा मैंने just अभी किया, मतलब I'll turn on the setting. You can do it too. It's a nice tip. Please share with all your friends. Moving next, because हम gadgets की बात कर ही रहे हैं, let's just go back to the most commonly used gadget that we all have in our pockets, the smartphone. और अगर हम इसको analyze करें तो आपको लगता होगा this is just a device to play games, watch some content, या phone पे बात कर लो या text कर लो. But you know what? There's a lot happening behind the scenes, because this small little device is packed with multiple sensors. हो सकता है आपने सुना होगा अबाउट एक्सेलरोमीटर या जायरोस्कोप कि कैसे ये सेंसर्स काम करते हैं। जब आप अपनी गैलरी में किसी फोटो देखते देखते जब फोन को रोटेट करते हैं तो फोटो रोटेट हो जाती है, ऑल थैंक्स टू एक्सेलरोमीटर। या फिर जैसे आप जब गेम्स खेलते हैं तो हाउ यू कैन यूज सम जेस्चर्स, ऑल थैंक्स टू जायरोस्कोप। बट इसके अलावा in a standard smartphone, normally we have from 15 to 20 different kinds of sensors working round the clock to make sure कि जो आपका experience है वो बहुत अच्छा हो जाए। I'll give you a few examples. For example, we have the proximity sensor. ये सेंसर स्क्रीन के ऊपर यहाँ लगा होता है एंड बेसिकली द आइडिया इज टू डिटेक्ट कि क्या आपका फोन आपके चेहरे के पास है या नहीं है। So when you pick up a call and put the phone next to your face, the screen goes dark. या फिर जब आपका फोन पॉकेट में होता है, the screen goes off and बैटरी कंज्यूम नहीं होती है। सेकेंड सेंसर इज द एम्बियंट लाइट सेंसर, जो कि आपके फोन में ऑटो ब्राइटनेस के लिए काम करता है, बिकॉज इट एनालाइजेज व्हाट्स द एम्बियंट लाइट इज एंड उसके अकॉर्डिंग आपके स्क्रीन की ब्राइटनेस को एडजस्ट करता है। नेक्स्ट वी हैव अ बैरोमीटर। आपको लग रहा होगा बैरोमीटर का फोन में क्या काम है? You know what? It's all for the altitude and ये help करता है paired with GPS to give you a better accuracy and basically weather analysis के लिए भी काम में आता है। And finally एक और सेंसर के बारे में बात करते हैं which is the compass. Compass we all know because we all use navigation. So just to detect that which direction your phone is heading, compass काम आता है to give you the right navigation. And these are just कुछ sensors. इसके अलावा और बहुत सारे sensors हैं packed inside this tiny smartphone. Did you know this? If yes, then amazing. If no, then please let me know by writing at tg@ndtv.com. आपके पास में कुछ ऐसा अगर हिडन अपने गैजेट्स के बारे में कहानी है, I would love to hear all that.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
It's time now to move into my personal favorite section which is called Ask TG and it's for a reason क्योंकि आप मुझसे सवाल पूछते हैं and I get back to you with full details on all your questions. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode. You know, it's very easy, it's very convenient and अगर आपके पास में दो अलग अलग phones हैं, essentially I carry 2 phones और मैं यही करता हूँ so that both my WhatsApp accounts are on both the phones, which is very simple. आप केवल you can utilize the option of linking a device and if you link another device to your main account, essentially you have same WhatsApp दो अलग अलग phones पे. मैं ये करता हूं so that for example if I'm moving out and I don't want to carry both.
Well, the last time Britain traded a Conservative government for a Labour one back in 1997, the mood was so buoyant that the new Prime Minister Tony Blair declared a new dawn has broken, has it not? His successor, Keir Starmer, some critics would say is far less of a showman, and even many of his supporters feel pessimistic about Britain's future prospects, considering what he's inheriting. Yet, the scale of Sir Keir Starmer's victory today appears comparable to Blair's landslide. Since Brexit, politics in Britain has been a clown show, many would say, and today, its voters decided it was time for the circus to move on. We have senior journalist Vijay Rana also with us on the broadcast. Thank you so much, Mr. Rana, for joining us. Do you agree that a simple summary of this election is that people wanted the Tories out and hence voted tactically to do so?
Yes, you are absolutely right. The way Tory party has behaved in last few years, people were not at all happy. First of all, everything was going out of hand. NHS operation queues were lengthening. There were resource problem all over the economy. There was a cost of living crisis. The petrol prices are highest in Europe. The energy bills are highest in Europe. Interest rates were skyrocketing. So Britain has seen some really, really tough times, particularly after COVID. And the result was inevitable. And besides that, the worst thing which happened within the Conservative Party was that it had become a game of musical chairs. 5 prime ministers in last 14 years, 7 chancellors of exchequers, and 88 foreign secretaries. And nobody was, it looked like that nobody was with Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. The party elders did not support him fully. The grassroots didn't believe in his leadership. So he was a lone piper. And the defeat was inevitable the way Conservatives have behaved in past few years.
But you know, Rishi Sunak's early policy blitz, including that compulsory national service for young people and guaranteed increases to state pensions, you believe it failed to budge the polls and revealed the narrowness of the base to which he was actually appealing? Many say the Tories, the party of business, have actually become the party of retirees.
Well, you may be right in one way, but the Rishi Sunak's problem was that all these policy announcements were never discussed in detail within the party. So all of a sudden, he just announced this national service plan. Even the election, I'm sure that he didn't take party with him. And he just suddenly one night woke up and announced the election. Nobody was happy with him because everybody was expecting that the elections will happen sometimes in October. So his party was not at all prepared to face electorate at this time. There should be some credit given to Rishi Sunak that he really worked hard on the front of inflation, which has come down from 11% to 2%. But as I said, that he was a lone piper. His party, he didn't believe in his leadership. And meanwhile, 15 years, the electorate has a conservative fatigue. They just wanted to have a change. And the main beneficiary of that, the desire for change in Britain is Keir Starmer tonight.
Right, and that's what the numbers have proven. In fact, I must inform our viewers that the Labour Party has in fact reached that 410 mark. The Conservatives have crossed 112. They stand at 113 as we speak. But the Labour Party has reached that 410 mark, as was predicted by the exit polls. But when asked where the Tories went wrong, Ambassador Dayal, Jacob Rees-Mogg said that there were issues changing the leader, adding that voters expect the Prime Minister they have chosen to remain the Prime Minister and for it to be the voters who decide when that person is changed. You think Boris Johnson was a better fit to lead the UK in comparison to Rishi Sunak? And this is keeping in mind that Boris actually relied on record in Parliament.
Well, we all know that Boris Johnson faced the Partygate scandal.
Yes.
And that certainly impacted his credibility and his image. So when they changed to Rishi Sunak as Prime Minister, I think the Conservatives did absolutely the right thing. Unfortunately, there has been a lot of infighting within the Conservative Party.
Yes.
And that's now a matter of public knowledge. There have been some top-level Conservative Party leaders who have defected to the Labour Party. And there have been some others who have been very vocal in their criticism of Rishi Sunak. So this infighting certainly affected the party's morale, as also its ability to hold on to power. And for this reason, I see what the landslide has been. This landslide wouldn't have happened if the Conservative Party had stayed more united.
Right.
Of course, I must say that there are serious challenges which Rishi Sunak was facing and which are not going to go away. Certainly, the economy is in bad shape. The debt to GDP ratio is low. There is, of course, the problem of the NHS, which you mentioned a little while ago.
Net
There are
migration.
long queues for ambulances or hospital beds. There is this problem relating to affordable housing.
Yes.
So these problems are not going to be going away so easily, as also this issue of illegal migration, because there are lots of migrants who try to cross over from France. So unless there is very, very strict policing and new steps are taken, this problem also will be something that the new government will have to confront. So in a nutshell, if the Tories had stayed more united, they would have been better positioned to tackle the problems, but these problems are going to confront the new government also.
In fact, Ambassador Dayal, as we touched upon it very briefly during the break, the outrage over what's happening in Gaza. Starmer's take, do you think it's somehow impacted him and his party as far as certain Muslim-dominated areas within the UK are concerned?
Well, Keir Starmer has certainly indicated that he will stop the supply of arms to Israel. And surely that is a signal to the Muslim population within Britain, as also to the wider Islamic world. He has also given indications that he would like to see that the Palestinian state is given recognition by the United Kingdom. So there are very, very clear signals that the new Labour Party leadership has been giving out, that it wants to change the policy that has been followed in regard to the Gaza conflict and do everything possible to send a signal to the Palestinians that he will do very, very positive things as far as they are concerned.
Right, let's also rope in Mr. Rana at the moment. Sir, Ed Davies' photogenic publicity stunts, they began with the paddle boarding as we had seen in the Lake District. They finished days before the vote with a bungee jump in front of a reluctantly impressed press pack. These attention-grabbing antics, they seem to have been rewarded, right? With an estimated 61 seats for the Lib Dems, which is a huge improvement since the last election.
Yes, exactly. That's very interesting. Interestingly, their vote share has only gone up by 0.6%. But this is the best result. You know, the subtext of this election is very interesting, that how ground level arithmetic can change the scenario. For example, Labour vote share has gone up by only 1.4%, and their seats have they've got almost 200 extra seats than the last time. They've crossed the 400 mark. And the main, the villain for the Conservative Party in this election is Reform Party. They've got about 14 or 15% votes, but in Parliament they have only 4 seats. So this is very interesting. In fact, in 124 seats, Reform vote is greater than the winning margin of the Tory rivals. So it's very interesting. It's the Reform Party, which and this 15% electorate who have voted for the Labour Party were naturally Conservative voters. So it's very interesting that just 1.5% rise in vote share, and Labour has crossed the 410 mark. So this is a very interesting subtext. It is the Reform UK that has spoiled the game of Conservative Party. Had they not been the main player in this game, the Conservative defeat would not have looked so bad tonight.
Well, thank you so much for highlighting those very crucial statistics. Nigel Farage has already served the notice that his party would actually be turning its guns on Labour. But let's just quickly take a look at the headlines as far as the UK is concerned. We have headlines emerging from the UK after Labour's landslide victory. The Daily Record says it's the dawn of a new era. The Mirror says, here we go. Rhyming with here we go. The Independent says landslide with an exclamation. We've got the Daily Express saying it's a crushing blow to the Tory party in an election wipeout. The Daily Mirror calling it an election wipeout. Daily Record, as I mentioned already, calling it the dawn of a new era. Mr. Rana, Nigel Farage has said he's part of a similar phenomenon to that misogynistic influencer Andrew Tate, as he claimed that there were forces in society trying to stop young men from being young men. Is this something that the UK obviously has found, and the Reform Party has obviously found an audience in the UK for this, but as we speak now, beyond that 13 projected mark for the Reform UK, do you think that they'll be getting lucky, and will they be a sort of obstacle as far as the opposition benches are concerned?
I don't think they will, pose a genuine threat to the Labour Party, but they are, as there's a term in India which is very interesting, it's called the vote katua, as we call it in Indian languages. They've performed their role, and I don't think they have a permanent role in British politics. When the things are normal, the British politics will return to its main features, that there will be two parties, Conservative and Labour, the main claimant of the power. Lib Dems will, of course, be playing a role, but I have been here in this country for the last 40 years. Barring 5 years, they have not been part of any government. So they will be there around 7, 8 or 10% vote share. So I don't think the permanent features of the British politics are going to change because of this verdict. These are extraordinary times. Who would imagine a prime minister of Indian origin in Britain? Who would imagine the crisis like COVID? And before that, I think the Conservatives, the Brexit was the biggest act of self-harm this country did to itself. And that was, again, a Tory fascination. In fact, James Cameron was in no pressure to call this Brexit referendum. So I think it was a self-inflicted wound that has really damaged the Conservative Party as well as the British economy in a big way. So I think we have seen some extraordinary times. We have seen a prime minister like Boris Johnson, who was known for his erratic behavior. Yes, he was very popular among the Conservative grassroots, but hoping that he will be a disciplined prime minister playing politics by rules would be a bit too much. So we have seen some extraordinary times. In fact, not only Britain, I see a crisis of leadership in the entire West. You see, in America, there are two 80-year-olds fighting for the next presidentship. We have no towering figures like Margaret Thatcher or Angela Merkel. So there has to be some sort of thinking within what's happening to the political leadership in the West. So we are living in some extraordinary times when the basic, ground level rules of British politics as well as the Western politics are changing, in a very interesting way.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Rana, for joining us with that valuable insight. It's always great to hear your perspective. We also have Global Affairs analyst Michael Boschke on the broadcast with us. Thanks so much, Michael, for making time for us. I mean, I don't think at this point anyone is shocked with the result. But Michael, you think a change of government in the UK will magically fill the black holes in the public finances in the next parliament, or conjure up the thousands of additional medical staff needed for the NHS? How soon can we see changes appear?
Good to be with you. I think these policies will take a long time to work their way through the system. And, what often happens in these types of elections in Western democracies is once the incoming leader looks at the books, what was left behind, oftentimes they're shocked at how the budget...
You're being polite here by saying oftentimes they're shocked.
Yeah, oftentimes they're shocked. So, we have to take that into account. But I think there will be pressure on the new leader, Mr. Starmer, to show results, especially, you mentioned the NHS, those long waiting lines. I mean, I hear horror stories from my friends in the UK of how bad the system is. Also, things like the Royal Mail scandal, which is still unfolding itself. But I think what everyone is looking for is a cleanup of, the ethics scandals, lying to the public, that sort of thing. They're demanding big change.
Well, many say that for Keir Starmer, it's been a big, grand wedding, but he's actually going to have the shortest-lived honeymoon. Is that something you agree with?
Not necessarily, because that has been predicted for other incoming leaders who have come in with, low expectations. look, you can't even find the words to say how monumental this is after, what was it, 14 years or whatever. So there's going to be a lot of pressure and expectation on him. But I think, coming from his background as a lawyer, he is relatively new to politics. I think he does have such a majority now. You have really a great pick of, people elected, politicians elected to form a cabinet. So I think we can keep our expectations pretty high.
Right. Well, we are hopeful. I'm told Mithali Mukherjee is also going to be joining us in a short while from now. But Ambassador Dayal, Labour has stormed into Downing Street after securing their required 326 seats. They actually stand at about 410 the last time we checked, with the Conservatives actually limping to heavy losses. Many in India remain curious about what this means. The Labour, as you mentioned, has said the Labour 2.0 under Keir Starmer is looking at a renewed strategic relationship with our country, and this could be across areas of artificial intelligence, security, even semiconductor manufacturing.
Yes, indeed. Keir Starmer has very clearly said that he wants to work towards a new strategic partnership with India. And he has spelled out various aspects of this partnership. Of course, he has clearly made it evident that he wants the free trade agreement to be concluded because it would be to the advantage of both countries. But he has also highlighted issues like artificial intelligence, technology, climate change, and there are reasons to believe that in regard to immigration-related issues also there will be due attention paid to sorting them out. So I think all in all the relationship with India will be proceeding in the right direction as it has been doing. I don't think there will be any change of direction in this regard. And one reason is that both the countries realize that there is a common good in a closer partnership. And India is now regarded as a major economy. It's already the 5th largest economy and working towards becoming the 3rd largest. So countries like the United Kingdom would find it profitable for themselves to have India as a close economic,
Indeed.
Scientific partner.
In fact, I'm told we have a member of the Reform UK party joining us live at the moment. Tarun Gulati has joined us on NDTV. Thank you so much, Mr. Gulati, for making time for us. Nigel Farage
Thank you so much for having
has actually been elected as the MP for Clacton, finally succeeding in getting a seat in Parliament at his 8th attempt. What are your first reactions?
I think that's excellent news. The Labour will find him a tough adversary sitting on the opposition benches, and our party stands for reform. We had an excellent contract set out with, we don't call it a manifesto, we call it a contract for the people. And whilst we may have got 4 members of parliament at the moment, don't forget it's a startup. In other words, the party is very new. And I just got a ticket only about 1 month ago. So in that context, I think it's an excellent result. We've got a large vote share, which will make a difference. So people have spoken, and the Conservatives have been virtually decimated, and the Labour indeed has won a landslide victory.
Well, your leader has already served notice that his party would actually turn its guns on Labour. But Mr. Gulati, Nigel Farage has said he's part of a similar phenomenon to the misogynist influencer Andrew Tate, who was also behind bars, as he claimed that there were forces in society trying to stop young men from being young men. People who've defected from your party have called him a bigot, a misogynist, a sexist. Are you proud of your leader?
I think all that what you're alluding to is untrue in many ways, because the press has sort of trained their guns on Mr. Farage, and indeed a lot of us. It's very untrue. Indeed, there was a vetting agency that was responsible for, getting the candidates vetted before they were selected. There are some who may have said certain things, but the party stands for the people. The party, you can imagine, you don't get those many votes if the people are not troubled with various issues, from cost of living crises to good affordable housing to security and safety, which is currently at its lowest ebb. So I think I look at, they even use the word racist, but then when they look at me, I had a prime ticket as a candidate for the cities of London, Westminster. I may not have won, but you can imagine those are the sort of candidates that sort of led the fray in all the seats. So I don't think the media has been fair, and I think we've got our work cut out in terms of making sure. They wouldn't say that now. They didn't expect him to win, as you can imagine. But he's won with a big majority, and he's got a good amount of vote shares. And so all our candidates have come second or third in all the seats.
Well, credit where credit's due, because Nigel Farage makes us realize you try again till you succeed. But in the UK, Reform, your party, sees the Tories' tax-cutting pledge of £17 billion and raised its pledge to £90 billion, plus an additional £50 billion for more spending. That's actually reminiscent, many would say, of Liz Truss's infamous mini-budget, which sent markets spiralling.
No, I think that's again untrue, because the media has, at least the Indian media, has been speaking with a lot of the conservative members of parliament and others, and they've been spinning this. In fact, all our sort of initiatives were costed. We believe, in fact, for instance, we would raise the minimum threshold for taxes to 20,000 for where it currently stands. That would bring out 7 million people from paying taxes and putting 1,500 in everybody's pocket. We would obviously abolish the BBC, the fees. And that's where BBC has come out feeling that they should block some of our sort of coverage and things like that. And we blocked them as a result. We're also looking at businesses where business rates need not be paid by the SMEs, raising the threshold for VAT. And indeed, immigration was a key issue, because we get a lot of people coming in, and it's an island ultimately. So we do need services like the doctors and indeed nurses. Yes. So we need skilled workers, legal workers, but ultimately got to call the shots where people come in, through the boats. So our idea was to stop those boats, and the plane to Rwanda never took off for the Conservatives.
Right, Mr. Gulati, thank you so much for joining us. We hope that those projections do come true for your party. But Nigel Farage will be a happy man going to bed today. We also have Mithali Mukherjee with us at the moment. We've been waiting for you, Mithali, eagerly for your view. For the Tories, we know the result, though widely predicted, is crushing and a disastrous end to Rishi Sunak's audacious snap election gambit. But is it fair to say the Conservatives ended up on the brink of a historic loss, the way Hemingway described going bankrupt, gradually and then suddenly?
Thank you for having me. I don't think it's sort of unfair to say that. I think it's living history as we speak. We are still counting, and there's about 12 seats to go, but this is complete annihilation of the Conservative Party. Labour is set to win with a rousing mandate. I was interested to hear before the points being made by Reform, because they have made some inroads, but ultimately they've won 4 seats, as has the Green Party, and I hope there will be some time and space to profile that as well. Also, a very, very strong showing by the Liberal Democrats, which just goes to show that in this election, I think the key is the fact that this was less about bringing Labour in and much, much more strongly about voting the Conservatives out. And you could see that. You could see that in the run-up to the polls in terms of the mood in the United Kingdom. And you could see that in surveys as well, where the number one reason in many Ipsos surveyed polls was that they would like to vote the Tories out. And that has happened in resounding fashion.
In fact, Mithali, I'm told we need to take an urgent, quick break. We're back in a moment with the latest updates. Do stay tuned.